Professor Howard is here. I welcome you, sir.
Very good morning, Professor. How are you? Welcome.
Thank
nice
you.
to see you after a few months.
Yeah,
How
nice
are
to see you too. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I used the wrong link, so I'm sorry I'm a few minutes late, but
Oh, no
I'm here.
worries. It's okay.
I'm here now. Very happy to be part of this. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Oh,
welcome,
it's
sir.
our pleasure. We also welcome Professor Vijaya Bhole. Good afternoon, madam, for your blessings. You have spared your time and joined this virtual platform of international webinar. I request you to please switch on your mic. Your voice is not coming, madam.
Acha, am I audible now?
Now it's fine. Now it's fine.
Acha, fine.
Okay. We also welcome Jackson Kumuchkum from the Northeast. We welcome Dr. Kashmir Singh ji. He has also joined, and I think now all the panelists have joined. Professor Ivan is there, Professor Howard is there, Professor Vijay Bhole is there. So we will start in 2 minutes. We are waiting for Professor Aslam Mahmood. Dr. Tufail, would you please call him?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please call Professor Aslam Mahmood Sahib.
Sure, sir. I will call.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
So today we have a very distinguished team of panelists to address on this very important topic. I welcome everyone, and only one panelist is left. As soon as he joins, we are going to start the proceedings. The keynote address for today's webinar will be delivered by Professor Ivan Turok, Executive Director, Human Sciences Research Council, Cape Town, and by Professor Howard, Director, Center for Climate and Energy Transformation, University of Bergen, Norway. We are so pleased to have such distinguished panelists among us. Presidential address will be delivered by Professor Vijaya Bhole, ICSSR Senior Fellow and Professor Emeritus, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us.
I also thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We are waiting for Professor Aslam Mahmood from JNU New Delhi. He is going to join us soon, and he will be delivering the special address today. The theme address for today's webinar will be delivered by Dr. Lucas Barning from Institute of Spatial Planning, Vienna University, Vienna. Professor Aslam Mahmood is here. I think Professor Aslam Mahmood has joined. Welcome you, sir. Good morning. If you can hear me, kindly.
Madam, he joined but suddenly left. I think he must have some technical problem. We will wait for just 30 seconds, otherwise we will start.
Okay, sir.
We welcome Dr. Savita Arya-ji for joining, and I request Dr. Amir Riaz to please switch off his mic. I request all the participants and panelists to please switch off their mics. Thank you.
It's a humble request to all the participants to kindly keep your mics switched off during the webinar. The panelists can switch on their mic to address, and they can present their presentation from the present now icon located at the bottom right of the interface of Google Meet. And we are very excited to hear from you. And
Madam, Professor Aslam Mahmood Sahib has joined, so I think now we should start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Welcome, Professor Aslam Mahmood Sahib. Would you please switch on your mic? Sir, your voice is not coming.
I have switched it on. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for joining, sir.
Thank you.
So let us start. Good afternoon, everybody. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the international webinar on global reflections on contemporary cities and the future of urban life, hosted by Mata Guzri College. We are proud to bring together global thinkers, eminent social scientists, activists, and other stakeholders to discuss and debate critical issues of the urban residents. We will try to initiate a process to evolve a way out for sustainable urban development, mainly in the global south. Mata Guzri College was established in the year 1957. We have the tradition to start our academic events by seeking the blessings of the Almighty Akal Purakh. I request the organizing committee to kindly recite the Mool Mantra. The Mool Mantra encapsulates the entire theology of Sikhism. Guru Nanak Dev Ji wrote the Mool Mantra, and it gives a short description of what God is like and what God's nature. So please join for a few seconds with the supreme power. Ekyomkar Sat Nam Karta Purakh Nirbhav Nirvair Akal Murat Ajuni Saibhang Gur Prasad. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. As you know, the rising urban exclusion and inequality is a global phenomenon, but in the developed countries, the contrast is sharp and complex, and much is not done to reduce it. Despite the tremendous growth of urbanization, the subalterns of the planet receive just 1% of the total increase in the global wealth. Post-utopian planning is still sustained and substantially managed through the present-day smart cities and private cities. But cities in the making has no space and place for the poor, and poor are regarded as the prime source of urban pollution and crime. So, not standing much between you and the scholars, we promise you an exciting afternoon ahead with the distinguished scholars on the panel from the global north as well as from the global south, who will share their thoughts on how urbanization can be inclusive. At this point in time, we are proud to say that we have 2,616 registered participants from the 17 different countries of the world. I want to thank Professor Ivan Torok, Professor Howard Hosted, Professor Vijaya Bhola, Professor Aslam Mahmood, Lucas Barning, Dr. Niranjay Islari, Dr. Shiva Pratap, Jackson Khumuchkam, Dr. Tufal, Dr. Ajmal Khan, Jyotsna Bidave, Dr. Sardar Patil, and all the participants. As you know, the schedule of the webinar has already been shared with the registered participants. Professor Ivan Turok and Professor Howard Hosted will deliver the keynote address that will be following by the presidential address of Professor Vijaya Bhola, and Professor Aslam Mahmood Sahib will deliver a special lecture. It is an honor for me to introduce Dr. Kashmir Singh, the true fountainhead of this webinar on global reflections on contemporary cities and the future of urban life. Dr. Kashmir Singh is the Director Principal of Mata Guzri College. He has a keen interest in academics and research. Dr. Singh has authored 10 books. His 17 research papers have been published in international journals of repute. He has visited renowned universities in the world. He is a peer member of the NAG Bangalore. Dr. Kashmir Singh is associated with various academic bodies and social organizations, mainly with PCMA and Rotary International. I request you, sir, to inaugurate the webinar and to welcome the distinguished guest, Dr. Kashmir Singh. I request Dr. Kashmir Singh ji to inaugurate the webinar and present the inaugural address. Dr. Kuldeep, would you please check?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, please. So we will wait for 1 minute, or we will proceed after 1 minute.
The sir is having some technical problem. He is not able to hear the voice.
No, I have got it now. It's over.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir, please deliver your inaugural address and inaugurate the webinar. Dr. Kashmir Singh ji.
So first of all, I welcome all the participants on board of this international webinar titled Global Reflections on Contemporary Cities and the Future of Urban Life. All my colleagues and all the participants who have joined us on this international webinar, I, on behalf of Mata Guzri College, Fatehgarh Sahib, and Department of Geography, Professor Anupreet Singh Tiwana, welcome you all, as well as thank you for joining us on this very important and relevant topic of today's time. I must congratulate Professor Anupreet Tiwana and his team in the Department of Geography for organizing this international webinar, and across globe people have attached with us to discuss the future of urban life and what would be the impact of the global reflections on the contemporary cities. This is a very important and relevant topic of today's time, as we are passing through a very tough time of COVID-19. And this topic is not only relevant for the present time, but I think since urbanization has started, that topic has started gaining its relevance. And I think the thinkers of the globe, they should not only start thinking about the future of urban life, but they should also start acting that what can be the problems and how those problems of the urban life can be removed, or what can be the solutions of the problems. So on those various topics, the global thinkers, they need to think, and that's why this topic is very, very relevant and very, very important. It's not a time of only thinking, this is the time of action. As a matter of fact, over the past many years, the urban life is getting crowded and crowded, and as far as the urbanization is concerned, it is on the rise. Most of the people, they shift from rural areas or countryside to have some good pastures in urban life and have a happy life in urban life. But when they exposed to the situations, or when they exposed to the problems of the urban life, I think that imagination of being happy in the urban or in the big cities, that goes. Now, for the last 5 or 6 months, we have been witnessing a very, very huge pandemic across globe, that is COVID-19. And if you analyze the whole data, then probably the major focus of this pandemic is the cities, or rather the big cities. The problem of the city is that density of population is huge in big cities, and along with the skyscrapers in big cities, there is a huge slums which have been developed because those big skyscrapers or sky-touching buildings, they have to be assisted, or they have to be supported by that helping hands, or by that assisting staff. So those needs are met by the people from those slums. So slums basically are the feeding area of the big buildings. So because of that, the density of population increases, and wherever there will be density of population, I think the problems, hygienic problems and everything, as a matter of fact, starts from the basic hygiene. Most of the times, the cities which have been developed, these things were not, I think they were not kept into account while designing the cities. If I talk of India or Asian countries, or this Indian subcontinent countries. As far as the West is concerned, or as far as the America or other cities, other major nations are concerned, they probably had proper plans, but this pandemic has not spared any nation of the world. So there are so many problems which are coming today's time, and I think future may be, if I'm right, the future may be more destructive, more dangerous. There are so many factors contributing to it. any reflections, any reflections in any part of the world, certainly that have some impact or rather major impact at all the places. And because of the communication, because of the transportation, or because of the all these kinds of facilities which are available in today's highly technological age, this problem, I think, is getting severe day by day. So because of this, all the reflections, not only global reflections, but whatever will be the reflections that will have some impact upon the urban life, or cities, or you can say the future of urban life is going to be very tough day by day. This is my observation of keeping into view this COVID-19 situation. As far as the communication part is concerned, and as far as the reflections are concerned, I think most of the times when we sit together, when we think together, then these problems are not taken care of while designing the cities, or while expecting the needs of the cities. So future life, according to me, is going to be tough and tough day by day. And this major problem, I don't think so that what time would it take to come out of this problem. And if one problem goes, another problem comes. So all the major problems of today's life, they are concentrated on the big cities. So as a matter of fact, future of urban life, or future of the cities, unless and until some strict actions are plan is prepared, unless and until some initiative from the government and from the public, from everybody whosoever is concerned, are taken, I think that the life of urban may be more tough and tough day by day. So keeping into view all these problems, Department of Geography, Mata Guzri College, they have planned this international webinar, and I'm very happy to share with all of you that so many, around 3,000 participants have come together with us on this international webinar, and certainly their inputs and all those source persons are Professor Ivan Turok, Professor Vijay Bholle, Professor Lucas Baring, and there are so many other scholars which will be with us, and they'll be deliberating on different aspects of the future of urban life. Maybe after this webinar or post-webinar deliberations, when we will prepare the report, some solutions of the problems, or what can be the design of the future cities, and what can be the solutions of the problems which the future urban life, or future urban people will have to face, and what can be done for them, so that they can have a safe journey in the cities, and whatever imagination they bring from when they start from their places to urban or to cities, whatever they think, I think if we'll find some solutions of all those problems, then certainly some can happen in the years to come or in future. But everybody will have to start thinking. Everybody will have start to actually they are there to initiate the action plans. So action plans have to be initiated. So I think so that this webinar may be in a position to bring some action plan, or some solutions of all those problems which the future of urban cities is going to face in the years to come, or in the days to come. So all the people from Mata Guzri College Fatehgarh Sahib, I just want to share one thing, that Mata Guzri College Fatehgarh Sahib is an institution which is governed by Shromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, SGPC. This is a mini parliament of the Sikhs, and came into existence by a special act of parliament of Government of India in 1925. It is headquartered at Golden Temple, Amritsar, and as far as this SGPC is concerned, its main focus area is to propagate the religion, but education institutions have been opened by SGPC, and at present SGPC is running 2 universities, one medical and one general, then about 5 engineering colleges, then there are 37 other science, commerce, and humanities colleges, along with 50 plus schools. So in the field of education, Shromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee is playing a leading role. And this institution, which is 63 years old institutions, accredited A grade by NAAC and autonomous institution, this institutions generally do all these kind of activities, and this international webinar is one event in that line. So I won't take much time because we have so many experts and scholars attached with us on this webinar who will be discussing on the global reflections first of all, and then what will be the impact of those global elections, or what will be the effect of those global reactions or reflections on the urban life, and what can be the design of the future cities, and what can be the design of the life of the future city residents. So this technology has changed a huge thing, and I think something as far as the 5G is concerned, or huge satellites they are operating from the space also, and that emitting some radiations also. There are so many troubles. I am not expert of that. I'm a person of commerce and management background, and I think these people, or those experts or scholars which have been with us, they'll be deliberating, and I think after the end of this deliberation, some good solutions will come out of it. I once again thank and welcome on board from Mata Guzri College, Fatehgarh Sahib, and Department of Geography, all the participants to this international webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the inaugural address and being a pillar in ensuring the success of this international event. Thank you very much. It gives me great honor to introduce Professor Ivan Turok, Executive Director, Human Sciences Research Council, Cape Town. He served as editor of the journal Area Development and Policy, Development Southern Africa, and editor-in-chief, Regional Studies. Professor Ivan is also serving as South African Research Chair in City Region Economics, University of Free State. Professor Ivan is an honorary professor, University of Glasgow. He is member of Academic Advisory Board for the Manchester Urban Institute. He is also the chairman of Durban City Planning Commission. Professor Ivan is an expert advisor on urbanization, economics, and development issues and urban policy to the United Nations. Professor Ivan also served as a peer reviewer to the World Bank. It is a matter of pride that he has awarded research grants by institutions like Rockefeller Foundation, French Development Agency, UN Habitat, Scottish Funding Council, European Union, and many more. It gives young scholars inspiration that more than 100 research papers of Professor Ivan Turok have been published in reputed journals. Professor Ivan Turok has also authored 19 books. I request Professor Ivan Turok to deliver the keynote address. Sir, now the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. You. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to talk to you this morning or this afternoon in India. I'm very pleased to receive this invitation. Very pleased to receive this invitation. I'm very grateful to the college for this opportunity. These are very strange times, of course, very strange times. It gives us an opportunity, though, to meet in a way that we wouldn't have before. So there is some positive aspect to this very difficult time for many people. I heard on the news this morning that India has passed 2 million cases of COVID-19. So that's clearly not good news. In South Africa's case, we have more than 500,000. But bear in mind that South Africa has less than 5% of the population of India. And so with 500,000 cases, it is a major concern for South Africa. So anyway, the coronavirus makes it compelling to talk about it, of course. And let me slideshow, and you will see the title I can bring that up. I wonder if you can see that. Can somebody let me know if you can see that?
We cannot.
You can't see it. Okay, let me just work out. It's the first time I've used this, so bear with me. There must be something else I need to do.
Sir, on the bottom there is option present now. Please
Is it now?
present
Yes.
now icon.
I've tried that.
Please.
Something's happening.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's there. It's there. We are
It's there.
having a look of your PPT,
Is that-
sir.
Is that, can you see the full screen now?
Yes, of course.
Yes, okay. Okay, so I want to talk about the importance of geography to the pandemic, because I think this is something that has been neglected, actually, in the analysis that's happened and in the government's response. It needs to be taken more seriously. So geography is central to this agenda, I want to argue. The incidence of the pandemic has been very uneven. That's pretty obvious when you look at the statistics, when you look at the data. It's been uneven across space and across time. And of course, in the first few months, we all know very well that globally connected cities were at the epicenter. New York, London, Milan, Madrid, Paris. These were the places in the first few months that captured the attention of the world media. And the reason for this is not a coincidence, because the key mechanism for the transmission of the virus is human interaction. Cities are concentrations of population, dense concentrations. We've heard from the college this morning. So that is critical, the dense concentration of people enabling the disease to transmit, to spread across populations. But in addition to that, cities are also open places. They're places where people move between cities from rural areas. That is critical to the character of cities, that they are open and involve a lot of mobility. So observers have been quick to blame density, and there were newspaper headlines with the effect that density is deadly in the first few months of the pandemic. And this has already had significant consequences. The perception that that density is the problem. So we see that many companies, many big corporations are now reconsidering the centralized offices that they've had, the very expensive offices they've had in central cities, are now reconsidering that and trying to downsize and move staff to neighborhood offices in the suburbs. The second response we've seen has been, and particularly in India, many people have moved back to their rural areas, at least temporarily, and now seem to be reluctant to return to cities. So this is another very significant phenomenon, and it's important in South Africa as well, that people are cautious about moving back to cities. They're fearful of the virus. They wonder whether their jobs and livelihoods will be there when they return, and they feel safer in the countryside. Others are fearful of workplaces, of returning to work in places where they're crowded together with other people. They're fearful of using public transport because of the concerns about the spread of the virus. They're fearful about social venues, meeting up with other people. So it's not simply that government lockdown decisions have stopped people interacting in cities. It's that businesses and households and people themselves are nervous and fearful about catching the disease. So if we look at the evidence from South Africa, this graph shows the number of new cases for province. These are regions within South Africa. And you can see there are, just to start with, the first case was at the end of March. For many months, March, April, May, there were very few cases in the country. We moved to a lockdown. We were one of the first in the world to lock down the country. This shaded area on the left of the graph shows this level 5 lockdown. That was a very severe lockdown. The blue area is a level 4, slightly more relaxed, just slightly more relaxed lockdown. And then level 3 was quite a significant relaxation of the lockdown at the beginning of June. But what you could see is that the trajectory of the virus in different regions has been quite different. So this is the Western Cape, and Cape Town is the center of the Western Cape, which is where I live. For a long time, Cape Town was the only part of the country where there were significant numbers of cases. We then peaked about 6 weeks ago and have been declining slowly since then. This is Gauteng, which is the economic center of the country, which has been peaking, which has been rising very rapidly and exponentially during June, July. And then just in the last week or two, fortunately, the numbers are beginning to decline. This is the third big city of Durban in KwaZulu-Natal, where a much delayed increase in the rate of infections you can see there. So different parts of the country on quite different trajectories, right? Reinforcing my point that, this is not a national phenomenon. We need to understand the geography of this much better. This is a slightly different way of looking at the same information. It's the number of active cases reported per 100,000 residents for each province or each region by the week. You can see this is the Western Cape, which became the first epicenter of the disease and then declining. The Gauteng province, rapid increase in the numbers, at quite a different speed of increase. You can see the gradient of that graph, quite different, and then recently just peaking. And then KwaZulu-Natal, again, rapid increase now going on, no signs of reaching the peak. This is now the epicenter of the country. So we need a much better grasp on these dynamics. This is the number of deaths, moving from cases to deaths. This is showing that still the largest number of deaths in the country is in the Western Cape, where we have over nearly 3,000 people have died. Gauteng, despite the much larger number of cases, we still have fewer deaths than in the Western Cape, and so on. So very uneven impacts, resulting in my case, I'm making the point that we need to, when we model the disease, when we respond to the disease, we need to take geography more seriously. Now, this is moving from the number of reported cases to what's called the number of excess deaths. These are deaths that show up in mortuaries. And this is suggesting the total number of excess deaths, more than the typical number that occur during an average year, is around 28,000. This is the difference between this number of actual deaths occurring and the typical number of deaths that happen each week. 28,000 is the difference between that graph and this graph. Fortunately, you can see we've been showing signs of a downturn. We hope that will continue. But 28,000 compares more than 3 times the number of official coronavirus deaths with a diagnosis of the virus. So, and this is the actual breakdown of these real deaths for different parts of the country. And you can see how uneven it is. This is for each of the big cities. Cape Town, where I live, nearly 3,500 deaths, a lot more than other cities in the country. In some cases, very small numbers. And this is the regional breakdown. Again, you can see now Gauteng on this is just overtaken the Eastern Cape and is above the Western Cape on that real number of deaths. So key point is that the incidence is very, very uneven, and cities have borne the brunt. Sorry, just to go back to this last, the total number here of the cities is about half of the national total, but cities only have about 1/3 of the total national population. So the incidence has been much higher in the cities than in the rest of the country. Now, the conundrum here is that cities are also critical for the economy. There is increasing evidence around the world that urbanization and agglomeration of people in large, concentrated places drives economic prosperity. It increases productivity, it encourages investment, and it stimulates employment and livelihoods. There are three critical mechanisms by which cities drive economic development. The first one is the matching, particularly in the labor market, putting workers and employers together to create a good match which suits the employer and suits the job seeker. A good match in skills, a good match in temperament, and so on. So matching in cities gives both people and employers much more choice and is therefore beneficial for efficiency and productivity. The second mechanism is sharing, particularly infrastructure. Governments and businesses can afford much better infrastructure in large cities than in smaller cities because of the economies of scale. Airports, broadband, fiber, electricity, public sanitation, these costs of infrastructure can be borne much more effectively in large cities. And thirdly, learning. Face-to-face contact in big cities is critically important for learning, for firms learning from each other, for people learning from each other, for creativity and innovation. Cities are critically important for driving innovation and learning. Now, what's interesting is that human interaction, the mechanism that spreads the virus, is also the mechanism that lies at the heart of agglomeration and economic development. So in workplaces, these do not just transmit the disease, these are also critical for the matching of labor, supply and demand. The public realm is critical for sharing and for learning, people interacting with each other, coming into contact, sharing ideas, stimulating each other. Face-to-face contact is at the heart of successful cities. This energizes and fosters learning and creativity. The very notion of human contact and human interaction, which is the problem for the virus, this is fundamental to economic prosperity. So putting it simply, the clustering of people in dense cities can be seen as the oxygen that fuels economic success and enriches our lives. This is why being stuck away at home all day, it's nice for the family, but it's limiting in terms of our social networks and our quality of our life. So that's the sort of positive economic argument. But cities are also very unequal, and we've heard that already this morning. The skyscrapers compared with the slums. This is a feature of cities around the world, and it's been brutally exposed by the COVID-19. It's brought to very stark relief the difficulties people face in particular settings. So in thinking about the transmission of the virus, we have to think about two things: the physical settings in which people live and work and interact, and we have to think about the behavior of people. So in the physical settings, we see the immediate challenge that poor people live in more congested and crowded areas. Because of their lower income, the space they can afford is lower. So in workplaces, in neighborhoods, in schools, their schools tend to be more congested. In hospitals, in social venues, eating out in cafes and restaurants, in public transport, in all these different settings, the density, the congestion is higher for low-income groups. So the risks of transmission are higher. That the virus is exposed in a very, very clear and a brutal way as a massive problem. Dense poverty is a big challenge, particularly where people don't have access to basic water and sanitation. It's harder for people to practice preventative human behavior, to prevent the transmission when they live in very congested areas where physical distancing is difficult, where basic things like hand washing to reduce the possibility of getting the virus are more difficult. And that has been very clear in South Africa as in other southern countries of the world. So the inequality has been a massive issue exposed by the virus. And I want to just illustrate briefly with this slide from Cape Town. It shows the city. This is where the high incidence of the virus has been in the southeast quadrant of the city. This is the core of the city here, the CBD and the inner suburbs. These are the southern suburbs. It's a very affluent area of nice freestanding housing. These are the northern suburbs, another area of affluent, relatively affluent, middle class and upper class housing. You could see the green shows that very low numbers of cases of COVID. Very low numbers, but then very high numbers. If you can see that, above 500 cases in each of these little neighborhoods around here. And this is no coincidence, because if we move to this map here, this shows the density of the population. And there's very close correspondence between the high dense townships of the Cape Flats, they're known, the southeast quadrant of the city. The high incidence of the virus in the poor townships. These are the slums, if you like. We don't use that word of Cape Town. Informal settlements and low-income townships. Now, the other interesting thing is that these suburbs, the southern suburbs and the northern suburbs, are the areas where as I mentioned, the middle class and upper class live, the high-income areas. The low-income areas confined to the Cape Flats here. So a very, very clear correspondence between poverty, inequality, and the incidence of the disease. So that's very, very significant, and I think has been quite a wake-up call to the government. So how has the government responded? I need to speed up a little bit because time is against me here. So the first phase of the response, we could say phase one, was driven by fear of mortalities and the weak health system. The system of modeling that was used was a very crude, simple model. It forecast massive numbers of hospital admissions. It forecast massive deaths, up to 1/3 deaths. And that encouraged the government to go for a very top-down, authoritarian lockdown across the board. South Africa introduced one of the most stringent national lockdowns in the world. At first, that was welcomed because the scientists were involved, the leadership was seen to be decisive, and they also gave some gestures, such as they allowed people to move to another part of the country during the first 5 days. Unlike in India, they allowed people to move back to rural areas if they wanted. They allowed students to go back home from their residences. They consulted with social partners. They created a solidarity fund with the private sector to try to raise money for the crisis response. But the ban, there was comprehensive and indiscriminate imposition of penalties on people, a comprehensive alcohol ban, a tobacco ban, which is still in place. People were not allowed to do any exercise. People were not allowed to operate livelihoods, informal livelihoods. So many of these rules were very prescriptive and very tough. There were rules about what kind of clothing could be bought. Essential purchases were allowed, but many types of clothing you could not go to buy in the shop. The supermarkets were not allowed to sell hot food. So there were some bizarre rules that nobody properly explained. The communication was poor, engagement was poor, and people who infringed the rules went to court and received a criminal record. There are now several 100,000 people with a criminal record for these minor infringements during the hard lockdown. It was supposed to be a risk-based approach. It was supposed to be the lockdown supposed to be adapted to where the risks were higher, but it was very hard to detect that because of this national system. and the government was very slow with relief measures and business support. So the hard lockdown was maintained for 2 months and just lifted a couple of months ago. The impact has been very significant. This shows the most recent IMF forecasts for what will happen. Here is South Africa in the middle. We're going to experience a very severe recession this year, or at least 8%, and possibly some people are saying up to 15% this year. So there's a lot of concern about that. This shows some data about the uneven impact on the economy of different provinces. And you can see the red line, the one I want to point out, is the Western Cape, the area with the highest and initial surge in cases. It shows the percentage of the normal business turnover, and you can see we are still only 50-60% of normal business turnover. So businesses are struggling to get back to where they were. This shows some Google data. There are these odd sources of data emerging which are quite useful to track what's happening to the economy. Google data, you can map the number of journeys that are being made compared with typical years before. And you can see, again, I'm not going to go into the detail, but this shows the journeys to work, for example, the red line in different places. And the key point is that, the number of people traveling to work, this was the lockdown, the severe lockdown, level 5, recovering slowly, but still at least a third of the people are not going back to work, still 4 months into the pandemic. This shows a recent survey that was done, a household survey, indicating that 18% of all employment was lost. The survey was undertaken in April. We lost more than nearly 1 in 5 jobs were lost over the first 2 months as a result of the lockdown. And what is also interesting is that the incidence of job loss has been very uneven. Women have been affected worse than men. The poorest, lowest income groups have been affected much more than here. The professionals on the left, by and large, very few job losses among professionals and well-off groups. Men, 11%, women, 26%. So very uneven impacts on different groups. And of course, for South Africa, the racial aspect is very, very sensitive. And you can see that among Black Africans, 28%, job losses among whites, 11%. And so that's exposing these other dimensions of inequality. These are the people reporting hunger in the last 7 days. And the numbers, 22% of households, anyone in the household reporting going hungry in the last 7 days. The lighter green color is the number of children, 15%. What's happening is that adults are shielding or protecting their children by going hungry and ensuring that the children get some food to eat. These are quite alarming numbers and indicating that the levels of social distress are rising in poorer communities. The second phase of the response has been haphazard and contradictory, to summarize. The government have lifted the lockdown to a fair extent, but the response, they're unclear what to do. There's not been enough testing and tracing. We're kind of working in the dark without hard numbers. The analysis remains national and provincial. There is very little local city-level analysis of what's happening to the pandemic. The comprehensive alcohol ban was lifted and then reimposed a month later when Gauteng experienced the surge in cases. Schools opened 2 months ago and then closed again a few weeks ago. Minibus taxis, this is the most important form of public transport, they were stopped initially. Then they were allowed to operate with 50% passengers, then 70% passenger load, and then recently allowed to operate with 100% passenger load as long as the journeys were under 200 kilometers. So some very strange and apparently arbitrary rules and regulations being introduced. And there's signs that vested interests are behind a lot of political lobbying going on, out exceeding the science and the evidence. There's signs now that the approach has shifted towards a more uncertain way in which decisions are being taken. There's been weak city-level engagement, very little engagement with communities to persuade them of the importance of wearing masks, washing hands, following the protocols. And this is causing the economic crisis, causing a very severe fiscal crisis for government and rising levels of debt. So my last slide, to wind up now, some thoughts on the short-term future. I'm not going to speculate about long-term. Clearly, this is a massive shock to countries, including South Africa. The first key point, I think, is that it's likely that the virus will be with us for some time. We see in the United States, most obviously, but in other parts of the world, a second wave coming back. So it's not going to go away in a hurry. We're going to have to live with certain constraints and difficulties for some time to come. Developing and certainly distributing a vaccine when one is developed will take years in a country like South Africa and of course in a country like India with a large population. So we need to learn to live with the virus and to learn to live with uneven, the variable incidence of the virus. That's my key point. We have to find a way to manage the pandemic much better than a crude, blunt lockdown. We have to protect lives and we have to protect livelihoods. We have to do both. We can't just focus on the health crisis and ignore the economic dimension. We need much more local analysis, testing, tracing, monitoring, to follow it, to understand it, and to manage it in a more sensitive way than through the heavy-handed lockdown. We need locally managed, place-based responses. We have to adjust the response to different settings according to the risk of transmission. In workplaces, in public transport, in public spaces, we need people themselves. We need trade unions. We need transport managers. We need community leaders. We need all the relevant representative authorities in each of these different settings to work out what works best and not rely on crude restrictions imposed, prescriptive rules from the top. We need to encourage more experimentation, more learning as to how we live with this virus and manage the consequences. We have to move from an approach of compulsion and coercion, locking people up if they break the rules, to persuading people, to empowering communities so that people take responsibility themselves for the risks of transition. People choose to follow the good practices, the good behaviors. So we need to focus on positive initiatives in poor communities. I think this is my most important message. Exposing the poverty of the slums in our cities. We need to take these places much more seriously. We need to improve livability. We need to provide social relief for people who are hungry. We need better support for people to generate livelihoods. We need to invest in infrastructure in these low-income communities to improve sanitation and water and electricity and basic services and housing. This must be more of a government priority as we look ahead. And my final point is we also need a better plan for economic recovery. It's going to be a slow and difficult process to get back the economy, to grow, to reset the economy in a way that is more equitable and inclusive. That means working in partnership. Governments need to work with other stakeholders, with business, with trade unions, with civil society, to reset as we look into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ivan. You have conceptualized and simplified the emerging branch of the knowledge that is the geography of COVID-19. I think Professor Ivan Trok has given a lot of food for thought. As you know, this is post-lunch time in India, and we are very thankful to you, sir, for this enlightening talk. I request Dr. Jyotsna Bidave to present her observations on the keynote address presented by yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ivan. It was really insightful to listen to you. You talked about how this pandemic has affected the workforce and the livelihood of people. It was very insightful discussion to know how geography has become responsible for so many things, including the spread of the virus, and how geography and the physical settings increase the risk of transmission of the disease. So the strategies that you made and interpreted, the strategies which were made and implemented by the government of South Africa, it was really good that as you said that there was a complete lockdown in the first phase, and that decreased the number of deaths. And in conclusion, the points that you made, that we need to be prepared for a better plan for the economic development of the country. I think it's important for all the countries to keep it in mind to have a better plan for the economic development. Thank you so much for your enlightening session. Thank you so much.
Now it is a real honor to introduce Professor Howard Hastad, Professor, Department of Geography, Director, Center for Climate and Energy Transformation, University of Bergen, Norway. He is my teacher also, as I have attended a summer school under his guidance. Really, sir, it was very well organized. Professor Howard is a fellow of the Bergen Research Foundation. I would like to mention here that he holds a 20 million Norwegian krona grant to build and lead his own research team. Professor Howard is the member of the Technology Council of Norway. Professor Howard is also the member of the Central University Strategic Group for the priority area, that is climate and energy transition. He is Associate Editor, Frontiers in Sustainable Cities. Professor Howard is associated with more than 20 reputed journals such as the Annals of the American Geographer, Antipode, Political Geography, Progress in Human Geography, Transactions of the Institute of British Geographers, Geoforum, and many more. He has 49 reviewed publications to his credit, and the total citation score is more than 1011. Presently, he is also mentoring 3 postdoc students. I request Professor Howard to deliver the keynote address. Sir, now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I'm very happy to be invited to this seminar. I trust that if you can't hear me, wave or signal in some way, but it seems to be working.
Yeah, everything is fine, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, it's really an honor to be invited to give a presentation at this seminar. And also, I want to say it's really nice to see new people in the current situation that we're in. We've had lockdown here in Norway, and restrictions are as many other places, and as where you are as well. Here, restrictions have been opened for the past few weeks, and I'm now, as you might see, I'm sitting in my office, and we've been back in the office for some time. But now we're expecting a second wave, so I think today the government will announce the comeback of new restrictions, it seems. So this situation is with us and will be for quite some time. But in this situation, it's very nice that we can have these seminars across borders and meet new people and engage in a really global discussion of the challenges confronting cities. Now, my presentation, which I will open now. Again, let me know if you can't see it. We'll focus on cities and the sustainability challenge as is relevant to my research. Now, my perspective will be somewhat Western European, and I apologize for that. But at the same time, I think and hope that my talk can be complementary to the other speakers in this seminar. So I will talk a little bit about COVID-19 towards the end, but what I think is important to keep in mind is that, as has already been mentioned, COVID-19 comes on the top of other existing challenges for cities. And some of these have been mentioned already, poverty, inequality, environmental challenges, etc. And I think that's really important to take into consideration when we think about the response to COVID-19 and how cities are coping. And my focus has been, in particular, climate and climate transformation, and that's what I will talk about today to contextualize our discussion on how cities are moving forward. First, I want to say a little bit about why cities are interesting, and I think I appreciate that many of the participants and presenters in this seminar are geographers, and I think for geographers this focus on cities, why that's interesting may be obvious, but I still think it's necessary to reflect on it a little bit. And to me, in my research, I think cities are really important as what I would call a grounding of the major critical social challenges. So cities is where we often see that sort of these major challenges of poverty, climate, and environment, many others, are grounded. They hit the ground. That's where we see where people are affected by them, and we also see how they are interconnected. So we see that these challenges are not separate. They cannot be dealt with in separate ways, but they are interconnected and have to be dealt with as such. And I think that urban policymakers are experiencing that a lot. So while national level ministers may be able to focus on particular parts of or separate challenges, urban policymakers and urban decision makers necessarily have to deal with an interconnection of different challenges at the same time. And what I think is particularly acute, looking at this from the climate transformation perspective, is how the climate perspective is interrelated to the social of equity and distribution of resources. So I typically talk about the transformation challenge as being twofold, and one would be the climate challenge, and this is represented in this figure here. Don't get bothered with the details, but these are scenarios from the IPCC 1.5 degree report, which all show that in order to tackle climate change and stay within the 2 degree or 1.5 degree target of global warming, we need rapid change, and that's not just for the Western Europe, but for the entire world. So there are different ways of tackling the climate challenge, but the basic challenge is that we need to change rapidly. And what makes this even more complex is the equity challenge, and this is quite visible in cities. So we're seeing that urbanization, as has been mentioned already, urbanization very often increases the vulnerability of the poor. We can see equity problems quite acutely in cities. And this is particularly the case in Global South, of course, and I don't need to tell you that. But we're also seeing polarization and differentiation in the Global North, which creates problems, and I'll come back to that. Climate vulnerability also disproportionately affects the poor. So the poor are very often living in urban areas that are affected by flooding, and they don't have the capacity to adapt in the same ways as middle classes and the wealthy have. And at the same time, we're seeing that sustainability interventions, and we have researched this a lot in my research group, focusing on Norway and Europe, but we also done studies in Mexico City and elsewhere, that we're seeing that sustainability interventions, particularly in transport, are very often benefiting the middle class. So you have transport infrastructure, for example, which very often is targeting middle class neighborhoods. Now, again, focusing on Western Europe, this has generated quite a bit of democratic unrest. And I'm sure the Yellow Vest movement of France is familiar to many people. But even here in Norway, we've had movements, and I would call them populist movements, maybe even populist right-wing movements, that have protested and generated a lot of support and a lot of mobilization counter to climate-related and sustainability-related policies. And that's what also partly the Yellow Vest movement was about. That movement started as a protest against the increase of gas taxes, and that increase of gas taxes was quite small, quite marginal. But I think it set off a larger movement, and that's what also we saw in Norway, a larger movement, because it's really seen as just another example of how policies are generated by urban elites that don't know about or don't care about suburban, rural residents and low-income groups. So these sorts of climate-related, sustainability-related policies have set off in Western Europe and also beyond these movements that have changed our political spectrums quite a bit. And I think Donald Trump is another example of this. So just to show some examples from Western Europe, and you could look at here the vote on the, if you look at the right hand side of the screen, the Brexit vote. Which was quite polarized between cities and rural areas. The urban areas quite heavily remain, while the rural areas quite heavily leave. And the left-hand figure is from my own city, Bergen, which is very small, and in India probably wouldn't be bigger than a neighborhood. It has about 300,000 people. But we see the same type of polarization here, where the city center, in the city center, the last election, last year, local elections, the Green Party became the biggest party in the city center, and the populist, right-wing, anti-climate policy party became the biggest in the suburbs. So we're seeing a polarization around climate sustainability related policies. And I think this has to do with the fact that that climate policies, sustainability policies are not conceived in a way that is integrative of the larger population. And this is where my point comes back to COVID, I think. As Professor Turak also emphasized strongly, we need the response to be inclusive and to take into account existing inequalities and to look at how the policy response affects disproportionately. So we're seeing this very clearly, I would say, in my part of the world in terms of climate policy, and we're seeing the problems that are generated when we fail to have this sort of socially inclusive type of policies. You have democratic polarization and the rise of populist movements. Now back to the climate issue. What I think is promising and gives us some reason for hope is that, at least in the climate issue, is that cities appear to be quite focused on this issue. I follow a group called, or an organization called C40 quite a lot. It's an organization originally of the mega cities of the world. But it has gradually expanded to include more cities, but it's still really sort of an organization connecting mayors of the biggest cities in the world, including many in the global south. And they're reporting on climate action. And we're seeing, at least in the way that they report climate action, that this is increasing heavily. The World Resource Institute, this is a bit of an old graph, has been tracing sustainability interventions in cities across the world, and have shown that these have increased quite significantly. So cities seem to be responding, at least in terms of the number of actions that they're taking, and I think this partly has to do with how cities are now organizing between themselves. Not just sort of relating to the national governments of their own countries. In many cases, the national governments are lagging behind. Many cases, the national governments are being captured by special interests, or at least policymaking is being severely impeded by, let's say, ideological differences. While cities appear to be much more pragmatic and much more sort of attuned to current challenges. At least we may hope that that's correct. And that could partly be attributed, I think, to these networks and these organizations that cities are organizing between themselves. So C40, the C40 organization is just one of these Covenant of Mayors, which has been it was an EU initiative. And there are many other networks between cities. So cities are collaborating, learning from one another, and we might hope that this is also happening in the COVID response. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit to talk about that, because the discussion and the seminar has turned so heavily towards COVID, which is natural, of course. So I was very happy to see last week or so that the C40 organization, bringing together the mayors of the biggest cities in the world, has published this report just recently. They started working in April to put together a common policy response from cities on how to address the COVID situation in cities. I think it's quite relevant for what we're talking about today. So I wanted to bring it up here. And what I think is quite promising is that in this sort of common response, or the attempt of a common agenda for how to respond to COVID, these major city mayors are emphasizing both that the recovery needs to be equitable, and that it needs to be green. So you can see these 9 points here that they propose as kind of the main points of the recovery. It should not be business as usual. Has to address climate change. It has to be based on providing public services and public investment. They have to address issues of equity. They have to increase resilience. They have to use new technologies, but also be focused on the creation of new industries and jobs, which is really about this kind of industries and job creating discourse that we saw quite strong before COVID in sort of the global discussion on the Green New Deal, which I also thought was quite promising, at least the way that the European Union was trying to promote or trying to package its future policies and future investments in this idea of a Green New Deal. So I think this it remains to be seen how effective and how this agenda will be, and how much it will actually form the concrete policies that will be implemented. Of course, that remains to be seen. But I think at least in terms of sketching an agenda, I think this is quite promising, and I think it's quite relevant for us to bring that up in this seminar. I forgot to time myself, so I'm not sure how I'm doing in terms of time, but I just wanted to bring up touch on another point that I wanted to raise a bit more generally. But I will just touch on it very briefly now. I wanted to, I think, sort of independently of the COVID situation, to me, a very important discussion for us to have. And I know this discussion is taking place in India as well, with the 100 Smart Cities initiative. Is sort of what is the role of technology and smart cities in cities moving forward? And Professor Anupreet Singh brought this up in his initial reflections starting this seminar. And we're seeing a lot of the policy discussion on cities and urban development, urban sustainability has been quite the technology centered. Which I think, as a social scientist, a lot of the social scientists taking part in this discussion have been somewhat critical of the role that these smart cities have been playing in our discussions, because as they have pointed to, the sustainability impacts of smart cities are quite unclear. The smart city discussion tends to be quite sort of what we can call technology solutionist, in the sense that it sees the urban challenges as a set of separate solutions that can be targeted and solved by a separate set of technologies, instead of seeing the urban transformation as kind of an interconnectedness of political, social, and technological challenges. And social scientists have also been quite critical of how smart cities have opened up for this corporatization of urban governance. And I think that's where this example from Toronto, the Quayside plan, the Google Smart City, is quite relevant. It promises an 85% decrease in greenhouse gas emissions from a completely new urban development. But it remains to be seen, or there's been quite a lot of criticism against how this kind of leaves urban development to private interests. So I think that's something we may think about in this seminar. And I apologize if that was a bit of a detour from the larger discussion on COVID. But my main point that I want to sort of end with is that I think that, and I will stop sharing my screen at this point. Is that is that I think, yes, as has been said earlier, problems are concentrated in cities, and cities show very sharply the inequalities that exist in our world. But I think for many reasons that cities also provide a good deal of solutions. And that's one aspect is that policymakers are quite, at least they appear to be quite pragmatic in cities. They see the different intersectionalities of the challenges. And we're also seeing that cities are collaborating between one another, learning from one another, and perhaps developing a response to the current situation, both the sustainability problems, equity problems, and now more recently the COVID problem. That is comprehensive and progressive, taking into account both the need to be green and to be equitable. So I hope that's a bit of an optimistic way to end the presentation. I'll end there, and thank you very much for this opportunity to address the audience. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Howard, for your enlightened talk. And you have given me and the panelists and the participants new insights on the smart cities. We are very much thankful to you. And I now request Dr. Jackson Komuchkam to please say a few words. Jackson, your voice is not coming, please. As we have a very tight schedule, please. Meanwhile, I request Jyotsna Bedave to please share her views.
Sure. Thank you, Professor, for giving such insightful ideas to us. Because sitting here, we really have no idea what goes on in the different parts of the globe. So you told us why cities are important and what are the challenges they face in the transformation. You talked about the climate sustainability. You talked about the social sustainability. And you also talked about how urbanization often makes the poor vulnerable. So thank you so much for the insightful ideas you shared with us. When you talked about how the democratic polarization around the climate policy, and you also discussed the climate issues in cities and how cities are collaborating to find out solutions for the issue, how the mayors of different cities came together and they made a plan for the recovery in the COVID-19 situation. You also talked about how this political, technical and social issues are interlinked, and how more importantly, what I felt when you said in your conclusion that there are problems concentrated in the cities, but the cities also have the solutions. So thank you so much for your insightful discussion with us. We are glad to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jackson, would you please, yeah. No, your voice is not coming. You are not audible. Okay, we will try later, Jackson. Now I request my colleague, Dr. Kuldeep Kaur, to take the charge and please request Professor Vijaya Bhulet for the presidential address. Dr. Kuldeep.
Thank you, sir. I feel honored to introduce to you the next speaker for today's webinar, Professor Vijaya Bhulet. She is serving as Professor Emeritus, Osmania University, Hyderabad, and is a Senior Fellow of ICSSR. Professor Vijaya Bhulet started her career as a scientist in a National Remote Sensing Center. She later joined Osmania University and served as coordinator for several projects, several schemes of UGC, including UGC FIST, UGC ASSIST, and UGC program. She is a visiting professor to reputed universities of the world, also a member of the Expert Appraisal Committee for Environment Clearance during the period of 2010 to 13. She has completed several research projects and she has also been awarded various fellowships by government agencies and academic bodies. Professor Vijaya is an expert in urban geography and environmental geography, and who better than her to address us on this very important topic of today's webinar. So now I invite Professor Vijaya to kindly deliver her presidential address.
Thank you, Dr. Kuldeep Kaur. Good afternoon, everybody. At this outset, I thank the organizers of this international webinar, Dr. Anupreet Singh. I am privileged and honored to deliver the presidential address in this international webinar. I am basically a geographer, and my perspective will be from a geographer's point of view. This presidential address includes how urbanization is linked with the concept of globalization, and what are the issues and the problems which are associated with the cities, and what are the emerging challenges which are associated with the what is called as the so-called mega cities or the metropolitan cities. And along with the challenges, I would also be discussing about the solutions. And of course, these solutions is in the form of the conceptual background of smart cities, as well as the futuristic vision of the cities in the form of resilience or the resilient cities. So over to this thing, lecture. Okay, globalization and urbanization. According to UN report, 54% of the world population lives in urban areas, and its proportion is expected to increase by the year 2028. So megacities are the cities which have generally more than 10 million population. And out of these 28 megacities which were existing in 2014, 16 megacities were located in the developing countries like Asian countries, Latin American countries, and Africa. By 2030, developing nations, including Asia, Africa, will have more people living in the urban areas. The UN report on human settlements witnessed that most of the urban expansion will occur in the cities in developing countries, leading to cities which are not environmentally, physically, as well as economically sustainable. The growth of large megacities and metropolitan cities initially were developed in Europe and North America, that is the developed countries, and later spread to Latin American countries, developing countries like Latin America, Asia, and Africa. The newly emerging megacities are located in developing countries, having a large number of people and limited infrastructure. This is the crux of the problem. Whereas the megacities in the developing economies have necessary infrastructure and resources to ensure the needs of the city. So what does it mean? That the problem of urbanization in the future will be mostly faced by the cities in the developed countries. The urban center occupies 2% of the urban space, but carries 50% of the world population. These cities look increasingly alike and identically, shaping the global space. That is, when you think of the cities either in developed countries or developing countries, what they are predominantly characterized by high-rise buildings. right? And that's why they look morely similar or identical. But internally, there may be differences in terms of existing infrastructure and other environmental issues. The cities have emerged as global network of multidimensional spaces of congestion and overpopulation. So basically, the characteristic of the contemporary cities is characterized by congestion and overpopulation. It is often said that the world is turning into a global village, but in reality, it is much more than a global city. Megacities are currently the growth engines of the world. Thus, the contemporary modern city is the manifestation of globalization today. Contemporary issues and concerns. Urbanization has been an instrument of economic, social, and political growth. The urban growth is attributed to economic and social transformation. Urban areas are attractive to the migrant population for job opportunities, improved living conditions, dynamic life, and multicultural environment. Therefore, the cities are foci of overall local and regional development. The urban development is not only having positive, but as well as the negative impact also. The negative impacts or the urban problems and the issues which are faced by the contemporary cities are discussed here. The contemporary cities are facing the problems such as uncontrolled urban growth leading to urban sprawl. That is, the urban sprawl is the growth of city beyond the municipal limit, and that is one of the basic planning problem for the cities. Slums and squatter settlements. This is one of the important issue associated with the cities in the developing countries. Water supply, sanitation, waste disposal and management, disappearance of green spaces and wetlands, that is water bodies, housing and overcrowding, increase in urban crime rate, environmental pollution, traffic problems, increase in energy consumption, etc. So these issues or the problems are related to environment, related to the physical aspect of the city, as well as the social and economic scenario or scenario associated with the urban areas. The emerging challenges of urbanization, that is the emerging global urbanization challenges and solutions. Now they are mostly related. Today the key global challenges are related to climate change issues. Already one of the speaker has highlighted on this particular aspect. The next one is the risk of disaster and mitigation. This is becoming a very important issue in the contemporary cities. Then building resilience in the city. Now, because the cities are mostly facing the disasters, and resilience of both infrastructure as well as managing the natural disasters is the need of the hour. The next one is the issue of sustainability of the city, or the challenge of the sustainability of the cities. These are the top priority of international agenda related to the problem of urbanization. The impact of climate change, especially in urban area, is the most serious challenges in the city. The direct impact of climate change is related to heat waves, flooding, water contamination, water logging, etc. And the indirect impact of climate change is related to public health, increased energy consumption, and air pollution. Increased energy consumption is becoming one of the current issue or the challenge which are faced by the cities, because with the global warming, the cities are becoming more and more warmer, and hence there is a need for more energy consumption. The climate in and around the city is altered due to the changes in the land use, land cover, and anthropogenic activities related to urbanization. The climate change in urban areas is manifested in the form of extreme weather events. That is in the form of heat waves, or you can say in the form of high intensity rainfall. That, and another aspect is decreasing in the number of rainy days, or thunderstorm activity, or the formation of the fog. So this smog formation, that is, smog is an atmospheric or the environmental pollution, which is which is one of the major problem faced by the cities, especially in the temperate latitude. That is the fog which is mixed with industrial smoke. And see, for some of the North Indian cities in India are facing this particular problem. And another what is aspect of this climate change is in the form of acid rain and urban heat island. Now, I will be discussing something more about the concept of urban heat island, because this is emerging as one of the contemporary challenges associated with the concept of global warming. That is, the urban areas are recording higher temperature as compared to its rural surroundings. Now, this particular image shows the concept of urban heat island, and this is the urban heat island of which is associated with Greater Hyderabad. Now, this urban heat island is been what is called identified by taking into consideration the recordings from the automatic air stations. So, when you look at this particular figure, one interesting aspect which emerges is that there is a lot of variation which exists from the central or the core of the city and the rural surroundings, that is the as well as in the peri-urban areas. Now, when you look at this particular what is the demo of this urban heat island, the central part is showing the red color, which stands for high temperature. And the highest temperature, they are mostly associated with the boundary of the city or the municipal limits of the city. And this boundary of the city is after the boundary of the city is been seen a transitional zone. We can call it as a peri-urban zone, which is recording very least temperature. So this urban heat islands is one of the important issue which has been faced by the city. And what is happening is that because of this concept of urban heat island, the energy consumption is increasing in the city. And in this case of Hyderabad, the difference between the core temperature which are recorded by the core city and the temperature which is recorded by the peri-urban areas and the rural surrounding show a gradient. And in case of Hyderabad, there is a variation of 2 to 8 degrees between the core city and the rural surroundings. And one interesting aspect of the urban heat island is that the extent of the heat island depends on the spatial extent of the city, and it varies annually as well as it varies seasonally also. So what I mean to say is that there is a lot of difference which has been associated with the temperatures recorded in the mega cities and the temperature associated with the immediate surroundings. Now, let us come back to in what way the urban island is affecting the urban environment. Now, because of the emergence of the urban heat island, there will be short duration, high intensity rainfall. And this is what most of the cities are experiencing today, that is high intensity rainfall. Then it is associated with increasing thunderstorm activities. And the next important problem associated with urban heat island is the pollution domes. That is, most of the urban areas, they are mostly characterized by high pollution rate. And what is happening to this pollution is that it has been lifted upwards in the atmosphere by the warmer air, which is forming what is called as the pollution domes. And because of this urban heat island effect in the urban area, there is more energy as well as electricity consumption. Besides, the impact of urban heat island is also resulting in urban waterlogging and flooding. And I think most of the cities are witnessing this particular problem. And next important problem which urban areas are facing is natural disaster, that is urban flooding. And here I just want to stress that just yesterday only, the city of Mumbai has faced one of the worst flooding situation in last 50 years. And there are no parallels for that. And this is one of the contemporary issue faced by the urban scenario, that is the concept of metropolitan flooding or urban flooding. The phenomenal demographic and spatial growth is responsible for a plethora of challenges like increase in built-up area leading to decrease in impervious surface. So all the urban areas are mostly cement and concrete, and hence there is an increase in the impervious area, which has been responsible for the deterioration of urban watershed due to the encroachment of natural drainage, which increases the vulnerability of urban areas to flash floods. And there has been an increasing trend in urban flooding, flood disaster in India over last 2 decades. For example, urban flooding has emerged as a recurring problem in some of the mega cities in India like Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, etc. And these are to name a few cities in India. Now, let us come back to some of the challenges which have been faced by contemporary city. Now, this is a visual from the Stockholm report, Ericsson Stockholm report. Now, this figure here in this side, the smaller circle indicates the performance of a city. That is performance of a sustainable city. And this particular city, this particular figure to the other side shows the city which has a what is called which is not sustainable in the nature. So the Stockholm document prepared by Ericsson has taken 3 important challenges, which includes one, climate change, second one is the energy consumption, and third one is the air pollution. And they have given the examples of issues, that is the issue of climate change, energy consumption and air pollution from some cities of developed countries as well as developing countries, which are as follows. Now, these are how the cities are performing today. And these cities are mostly from mostly accepting mostly from the developing economies. Say for example, and then Helsinki is there, Moscow is there, right? And these cities are mostly in the temperate latitudes, like the London or Helsinki or Moscow, etc. Now, one of the major problem of London is that it is mostly facing the problem of climate change. That is the basic challenge faced by London today, which is followed by energy consumption, and third one is the air pollution. And similar is the case of Helsinki. The most predominant challenge which is faced by Helsinki is the climate change, followed by energy consumption and air pollution. And when it comes to Moscow, again it is the climate change, and equally important in Moscow is the challenge of energy consumption and air pollution, right? And in case of Beijing also, it is more or less falling on the same lines. So what can be concluded is that it is the city in the temperate latitudes or the developed economies which are mostly facing the problem of climate change. That is what is being inferred from this document. Now, you come to the city from India, like Delhi. Now, the challenge of the Delhi is totally different. The challenge of Delhi is that it is facing the problem of air pollution. Air pollution, and it is considered as one of the most polluted city of India, and that has been clearly brought out here. And in case of Sao Paulo, again, it is not the issue of climate change, but it is the issue or the challenge of energy consumption, and which is energy consumption and air pollution, which is emerging as the major challenges in the cities in the developing countries like Delhi and Sao Paulo. Now, today's urban population is increasingly exposed and vulnerable to natural disasters like floods, cyclones, and earthquakes. The focus of Commission on Megacities is to protect people, society, and infrastructure from the of greenhouse gases emission. In the era of globalization, the international communities must raise the voice that it is or the urban areas, especially the mega cities, and to stop the global warming, because majority of the people living in cities that have the largest emission of the greenhouse gases. The contemporary cities are facing the challenge of increasing carbon footprint. Now let us come back. What is this carbon footprint? Carbon footprint of a city is the total amount of greenhouse gases emission like methane, carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide. According to Indian Institute of Science, New Delhi has the highest carbon footprint, followed by Mumbai. And that is what we have seen in Delhi. That Delhi is one of the polluted city, and hence they have introduced the concept of odd and even in the transportation sector. The transportation sector is specially contributing to carbon footprint. Now let us come back to some of the solutions which are taken up by the cities, by the planning agencies in developed and developing countries. So we can consider this as a futuristic vision of urban planning, that is the concept of smart city. The smart city or the digital city of contemporary cities. As one of my speaker earlier says that most of the social scientists, they are not of the view that smart city concept, which has been mostly been adopted in developed and developing countries, the smart city initiative have often been considered as the best strategy to face numerous challenges related to the city in the development and sustainability. The concept of smart cities appeared in 1990s in the Western world and later got significant in the developing countries like India. The government have identified numerous cities and identified some of the smart cities in India. The concept of smart city is driven by development strategy in which ICT, that is information community technology, is a place which plays a fundamental role. That is, smart cities are been associated with the application of information and communication technology. Smart city is the answer to urbanization challenges. In smart cities model, there is a significance of technocentric approach promoted by the information and communication technology. Digital city is another expression of the smart city. Digital city, that is the city with IT intervention, that is information technology intervention, is envisioned as a process to create and manage the city sensor technology. Smart cities are those which are connected into a network of sensor that provides lot of data about how the city is performing. This is very important, right? The sensors will tell you the performance of the city with respect of the various infrastructure. Some of the concept of smart city concept is applied especially in India in terms of intelligent management. Now, this is these components, like it is a smart manufacturing, smart government, smart mobility, that is with Wi-Fi, then approach also, then open data, then it is the smart health, then smart agriculture, then smart buildings, smart energy utilities, and smart transportation. So these are the different components of a smart city. So it is not only the technology, but it is also involves the participation of the citizens also. So I can say that it has both technocratic approach as well as citizen-centric approach also. Now this is how a smart city will look like. Now there are various components of the city, and all these components of the city, they are networked or they are interconnected. So anything, if it goes wrong in one aspect of the infrastructure, it will be completely what is called connected with the other, and the solutions are identified for it. So in other words, we can say that it has something like a systems approach where there is a large scale connectivity with different elements of the smart city. Now, let us come back to the future of urban life. Now, usually we always see a pessimistic view of the urban future, but I'm optimistic about the urban future. The future urban life depends on the urban planning perspective. In the past, the concept of city planning or urban planning mostly revolved around the concept of garden city or eco cities or compact cities or planned city. In case of contemporary city, it is dominated by the concept of smart cities. In future, the future life of the city is now directed towards the resilient city. So the future vision of the city is in the form of a resilient city. Now let us come back to the concept of what exactly is the concept of resilient and a resilient city. Now the cities are facing various adverse impact and problems which are related to infrastructure or environmental issues. The urban resilience is the capacity to function. That is very important. Urban resilience is the capacity to function so that people, particularly the poor and the vulnerable, can survive and thrive under any adverse impact. So the functioning of the city, resilient city, will be that it will first function normally in case of adversity also. The resilient infrastructure is not an option, but it is the most critical infrastructure like power supply, water supply, public transportation, communication, medical services, and should continue to function in the time of emergency in a resilient city. The resilient city would open up a new possibility by improving the quality of the future urban life. The resilient city would help to make our future more livable and environmental. Measures to address the future urban life. Some of the measures which are discussed here are zero carbon buildings using solar panels and biofuels. Then development of green infrastructure. Then the urban green infrastructure is associated with several environmental and societal benefits. And another important measure to address the future cities is urban health equity. And this has a more relevance in today's context because of the pandemic of COVID, and it needs a government intervention. Vulnerable groups facing the health problems are children, elderly and the poor, who are likely to suffer from environmental pollution and other health issues. In present condition, COVID-19 is a major challenge. The future urban life should be able to sustain and cope up with the epidemics as well as pandemics like COVID. And next important measure is the social inclusion and equality. And of course, the last but not least is the inclusive urban. To conclude, in order to make future urban life livable, the urban planning should take into consideration the essence of smart and resilient cities. To conclude on the optimistic note, the future of urban cities is driven by technocentric outlook with humanistic approach.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening talk. Professor Vijay has presented to us in a very simple and lucid manner the challenges faced by contemporary cities like high energy consumption and related air pollution problems. The way forward to problem of contemporary cities and urban problems is proposed to be development of sustainable cities. She provided us an insight into the performance of sustainable cities, giving examples from both developed and developing world. Elaborating on smart and digital cities, she provided an optimistic outlook on the future of urban living with the concept of resilient cities. We are so thankful to you, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence and providing us this much needed your time for for sparing this valuable time to be with us on this occasion. We are honored by your presence. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Professor Vijay Bholaji and Dr. Kuldeep. Now it is a matter of great pride for me to introduce Professor Aslam Mahmood Sahib. We feel privileged to have Professor Aslam Mahmood with us. He is a senior geographer of the country and retired professor CSRD, JNU, New Delhi. Professor Aslam Mahmood has completed his master's degree in statistics and doctorate in population studies from JNU. Presently, he is visiting professor of School of Planning and Architecture and Institute of Dalit Studies. He is actively associated with Jamia Millia Islamia New Delhi in various capacities. Moreover, he has also authored several books and project reports. He is member IASP, Regional Science Association India, International Union for the Scientific Study of Population, and American Association of Population. He specializes in quantitative methods in geography and demography. He has supervised more than 50 students of economics, geography, and population studies for their MPhil PhD program. He also worked as consultant UNESCO India and Cambodia. He was an advisor NCRT during the years 2010 and 13. Presently, he is coordinating the UGC E-Pathshala program on quantitative methods in geography. Thank you, sir, for your blessings and for sparing your time. I hope you will make us sparkle with your thoughts. And I would like to mention here that I have seen every time a smile on his face, and sir, your smile gives me inspiration to work hard. So thank you. And now the floor is yours, Professor Aslam Mahmood Sahab. You have, अगर मैं हिंदी में बात करूं तो आपने इस वेबिनार को आबरू बख्शिश की है. So please deliver your special address. Sir, your mic is off.
So, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I thank Professor Anupreet Singh ji very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of your seminar. I also thank the college management to provide me the opportunity. Okay, you can see it now.
Yes, sir.
Now, see, we have been asked to discuss about the global reflection on contemporary cities and the future of urban life. In fact, see, when we look at the population and the growth of population over the planet, we find that, see, there is a kind of game being played by man and nature with the basic objective of man's objective is to minimize, to maximize the benefits which we can get from the resources, whereas nature's objective is to see that the damages to the ecology are minimized. Now, in this framework of game of man and nature, we look into the history of the growth of population for last so many centuries. We find that, you know, the urban living in the planet is not very old. It's something around 400 years or for modern urban living is something around 400 to 500 years old only. And man has been living for thousands and thousands of years into small communes which were self-sufficient to meet their modern to daily needs. Urban living has come only after population has grown considerably and the industrial revolution took place something around 400 to 500 years before, when the man could know the power, you know, the power of mechanization came into the hands of human being, and we could enter into the mechanized production of goods and material. Now, this mechanized production has laid down the foundation of economies of scales of production, instead leaving aside the communitarian modes of production. So which has resulted in a concentration of production at one place, which was being distributed over space through different means of transport. This resulted in a massive migration of population from rural areas to work into the industries of the urban areas, and the opening of the channels of distribution of the commodities. This resulted, in fact, the industrial development, which has the overall development induced into the whole Europe. And Europe saw an unprecedented growth of population, which was never before found. And a serious imbalance between population and resources was noticed. And for the first time, the human being realized an imbalance between the population and resources. Taking note of such an imbalance for the first time in 1798, Malthus showed his concern and wrote an essay on the principles of population, which was published in 1978. In his essay, Malthus propounded a theory on population, and the Malthus theory of population says that the population grows in geometric fashion, whereas the growth of resources takes place only in arithmetic fashion. So with this combination of two, no matter where from we start, there will be a time when population will overtake the resources. And when such a situation will arise, there will be a crisis of maintaining the population, because the population will be short of resources, and nature will apply a balance. Nature will apply a balance to bring down the population to the scales of resources, and such balances or checks, he call them as preventive checks, in order to positive checks, in order to maintain a balance between population and resources. Nature will apply positive checks, and these positive checks will bring down the population and will be in the form of calamities. The natural checks of population, of nature, will be something like epidemics, something like war between the countries, something like malnutrition, something of a very the diseases which will take heavy toll, and the population will come down to. So Malthus suggested that in order to avoid the ruthlessness of the natural checks, a human being should think about taking the positive checks. And if you take the positive checks, we can avoid the natural checks. And the positive checks he suggested were something like delaying the marriages, making people busy, not giving them enough. So this is a different, his suggestions were very ruthless, and Malthus is being criticized for this. But in spite of all that, he took the note of the need of controlling the population, so that the resources are able to provide to meet the needs of the resources. Now, Malthus has taken a note, and the societies acted on Malthus' suggestions also, and for quite some time the natural checks were prevented. But within 200 to 300 years after Malthus, the problem of Malthusian nature is emerging in a very different form. Now, as society has grown, the development has taken place, we have learned a very different kind of living, that is the urban living. Urban living is a new invention of human society, and I think the most crucial invention which has had and which will keep on having far-reaching effect on the planet, on the resources, and on the ecology. Because urban living is something whereby is rooted or related to the industrialization. In industrialization, we have all the resources available at places which became centers of production. And these centers of production were full of opportunities, full of comfortable living, and people were made to migrate from rural areas to urban areas. When they migrate to urban areas, they find urban living much more comfortable than the rural living. They find much more opportunities in urban areas, and urban areas become the centers of innovations, development, industrialization, and progress. So it became a favorite destination of many of the migrants from countryside to the cities, and urban population started growing with the exponential rate of growth. And you see today around 55% of the world population lives in urban areas, which is expected to increase to 68% by 2050. And by between 1950 to 2018, the urban population has increased sixfold from 751 million to 4.2 billion in 28. So we are witnessing a very excessive rate of growth in urban population. And the developing countries are supposed to contribute in a big way. India, China, and Nigeria are supposed to contribute 1/3 of the world population, urban population, in coming years by 2050. Now, taking note of such excessive urban growth, United Nations Population Division has projected the growth of human population into two components of urban population and rural population. And its projected population shows that the rural population is likely to decline and urban population is likely to continue grow in a very rapid manner. Such a rapid growth of urbanization in the world population will again bring the kind of concerns which Malthus has raised 200 years before. And world societies have started taking again note of the excessive urban growth, and people have started working on the danger with the urban rapid urbanization. And these are the work which have shown, like Crescent's very meaningful essay by Crescent in 1962 about the silent planet, and Tragedy of Commons 1968, Blue Survival of the Ecologist magazine 1972, Club of Rome's Limit to Growth report of 1972, 87, Common Future of report of the World Commission on Environment and Development, which include what is deemed to be the classic definition of sustainable development, etc., etc., etc. So, world community of planners, administrators, and politicians have taken a note of excessive population growth. As you know, before COVID-19, we never realized the delicate nature of interrelationship among various factors supporting life, especially in urban areas, the present crisis of COVID-19 provides us an opportunity to go for an introspection of model of development we have adopted. You know, we never realized that urban life could be so delicate. We never realized that urban life is so complicated. We never realized what will happen if something goes wrong. In a city, on the dining table, you have apple from Turkey, you have kiwis from Australia, you have honey from Beirut, and many other places. Now, how are they being available so easily at one place in the dining table? We never bothered about it. There is a lot of effort of business lobby going behind it, creating more and more products, providing them at different, getting resources from different places, providing them at many other places, is something which is invisible. We never realize that if something happens to it, what will happen to our not only dining table, what will happen to our medical system, what will happen to our education, what will happen to the life in the urban areas especially, so much so that a small virus destroyed the strong system of the world to the extent that US had to depend on India for the supply of hydrochloroquine for saving the life of its people. Millions of people living in cities like Mumbai, Delhi, have become homeless and jobless in one moment and had to walk thousands of kilometers to reach safer places at home. In one moment, billions of workers have lose their job. One small virus can keep millions of people imprisoned in their houses for months together. This is what is happening, and this is what we have seen, and this is what make us to think about what kind of urban system we are living, what kind of urbanization we have evolved, and if something happens, how to save the human life which will be affected. In my opinion, in fact, the problem lies in our urban planning very much. If we look into studies have shown that, you know, our system of urbanization used to be a micro level urban areas integrated into macro level urban system, and then at macro level, and that macro level system were connected with the international system. Now that system is getting broken. What we are observing that our class 1 towns are becoming more and more primate. Our urban system is becoming more and more primate. Our class 1 towns, rather metropolitan and mega cities, taking a major burden of urban population, and on the other hand, our class 2 and class 3, class 6 and 5 and 4 towns are being underutilized. So much so that there is a lack of urban activities in major part of the country, and there is too much urbanization, putting a lot of load on the urban infrastructure of these cities. Now, had we taken precautionary steps in planning, perhaps we would not have had a massive migration of people from Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Odisha and other places to metropolitan cities like Chennai, Mumbai and Delhi, etc. So that during any crisis, as we have witnessed recently, the people wouldn't have become homeless in one moment, they wouldn't have had to walk so much on foot to reach their hometowns. And also perhaps it could have avoided the spread of pandemic as rapidly as it has gone. Now, since capital is more mobile than the labor, why to make labor to move to metropolitan cities? Why not let capital move to small and medium towns and provide employment to the local people within the vicinity, so that neither there will be extensive burden on mega cities, the infrastructural burden on them, and also people will not have to leave the places so far off, and provide the urban facilities to most of the urban big villages of our country, so that for small needs, people need not to go to the urban areas and crowd the urban areas. The same suggestion was given by President Abdul Kalam also in form of Pura, that is providing urban facilities in rural areas. Now also we have become very vocal about the local. Now what is the becoming vocal about the local? Why the idea occurs only to us only now? Why not? Why we become for everything to China? And if China undergoes, if something goes wrong to the China, it has its effect in the whole of the world. Why not we have local demands and needs fulfilled within our country? So skill development should be given. In fact, we have ignored the principles of regional development, which has to be revived. We have to revive the plans of our skill development. We have to now, with the COVID-19, we have learned one thing, that we can avoid the excessive excessive use of energy by way of having webinar as we are having just now. So people need not to travel from South Africa to Delhi and from different parts. We can have a virtual meeting like we are having here. We can have online shopping. We can have better transport system to avoid congestion and consumption of petrol. Air travel should also become not, as you know, nowadays air travel has become almost equal to train fare. Now it should, when we travel in air, the consumption of the energy consumption is much higher. That has to be stopped. Not only that we save money, but time, but also the resources of Mother Nature has also to be preserved. And in the absence of all this, the rapid urbanization has already started into the climate, the vagaries of climate change, warming of earth, etc., etc. So my suggestion is that before Malthusian kind of natural checks apply on urban rate of growth also, we have to take a note of it, and the preventive checks, as in the most of our speakers before me have suggested many kinds of preventive checks to avoid the excessive use of resources on Earth to save the ecology and the planet, we have to. This is the time, and there are agencies which are making suggestions. They should be taken seriously, and we can enter into a new world after COVID-19 goes off, whereby the Mother Nature will have a better treatment from the human being, and we will be able to avoid the fury of the nature, which is getting reflected in one form or the other occasionally, and we should not wait for any heavy disaster to take place. With this, I would like to thank and congratulate all of you for organizing a seminar of this kind. Thank you very much.
Sir, please stop sharing, and we are very thankful for your views. And I request Jyotsna Bidave to please present her observations on Sir's lecture. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Mahmood. You gave us very insightful ideas in a very simple language. So you began with discussing the relationship between human beings and the nature, and you also talked about the theory of Malthus on population. So you talked about the difference between the rural and urban area, how the urban population is growing and how it is making a change in the face of the developing countries like India and China. And you also shared some of the concerns that were raised by Malthus in his writing, that the world community has taken a note of this increasing urban population, and they are also coming up with suggestions. You also shared with us that we need to introspect the model of development we have adopted in our country, and that cities need better planning, and the remote and rural areas should also be provided with the same facilities that we have in urban areas, so that the migration towards the cities can be reduced, can be controlled. And towards the end, in your conclusion, you gave us suggestions saying that the skill development should be the top priority, the energy consumption should be reduced, and we should be taking preventive measures to avoid the excessive use of natural resources. So thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking discussion with us. Thank you so much. Over to you, Anupreet. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Jyotsna. Now we will again shift to Global North, and we have with us Lucas Barning. Lucas Barning is lecturer, Institute of Spatial Planning, Vienna University of Technology, Vienna, Austria. Lucas studied at the University of Bremen and the New School of Social Research, New York. He also served at Institute for Intercultural and International Studies. His research area is infrastructure, urban policies, and the practice of planning. He is presently working on Indian National Smart Grid Mission, and very soon he is coming to India, and I hope that we will meet face to face. Today he will deliver his talk on sociological perspectives on infrastructure. So I request you, Lucas Barning, for the theme address. Please, now the floor is yours, Lucas Barning.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello and good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Anupreet Singh Tiwana, for the very kind introduction and your invitation. Just give me a moment to share my screen.
Sure. Your video is clear, your voice is clear, everything is okay.
Fine. Okay. The screen is visible? Not yet?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, fine. So also a very warm thank you to the whole organization committee and as well the Mata Gurji College for planning and hosting this event. I'm honored to participate in this webinar along the other panelists, and I think the topics discussed today here will be most valuable for students and other viewers. And I hope that my rather theoretical conceptual topic will complement to the previous presentations. Just one word on my presentation. I have initially scheduled it for 30 minutes, but as we are a bit behind the schedule, I will try to shorten this as good as possible. Yeah, I think particularly connecting to the earlier presentations of Professor Harvard Harstad on the topic of technical solutions for future cities, as well as Professor Vijaya Bole's presentation on the heterogeneity of urban problems, my rather conceptual presentation will suit in quite well and will catch up some key terms that have already been named. So let me begin with the structure. As a short intro, I will begin with some basic definition work and outline the terms of infrastructure or a definition of infrastructure, what this can mean and how this developed. And I think this will be valuable to give a start to bring the different audiences together. Following this, I will outline current sociological perspectives on infrastructures, namely the description of infrastructures as socio-technical systems that will be helpful as tools to understand pathways of future transition. I'm then presenting a case of a future urban constellation, namely the smart city concept of the city of Vienna, which illustrates a number of previously mentioned points. And lastly, I'm coming back to the title of this talk, Constraints and Pathways to Sustainable Urban Futures, and try to work out how this perspective is, in my view, vital to understand the contemporary urban form as possibilities for urban futures. So I just put the timer on to not lose track of the timing here. So let me start with some basic definition. A first point here is the basic notion that talking about infrastructures is not quite easy, as the term infrastructure has seen a rise in popularity in both the public discourse and in academic research in the recent years. We see that the term infrastructure today is excitingly broad and denotes a number of very different things, so that we really make clear what we're actually talking about and how this development happened. Firstly, a few words on language. A Latin neologism composed of infra, which means under or beneath, and the word structura, meaning building or construction. Interestingly, like the term society, which is a key term in sociology, the term's basic meaning is twofold. Firstly, it's a collective term and it denotes a plurality of integrated parts. And secondly, those collective parts are understood to support some higher order project, like a society. So this is the most basic definition that I can think of. The genesis of the term infrastructure dates back to the 19th century France, where it was firstly used for the organizational work required before railroad tracks could be laid out. So structures like buildings, bridges, embankments, and tunnels. In the early 20th century, the term entered the planning and military jargon, particularly in the context of mobility, railroads, and streets, for instance. Later, the term broadened further to other society or to other parts of society, like electricity and water provision, but also to waste management and communication. In the 1960s and 70s, the term then became the basis for the idea of development and was clearly a main target of international funding strategies for many countries. Since then, and particularly in the last decade, we see that the term diffused into many other areas of society. As you know the term in public use today, there are also things like political infrastructures, wellness and fitness infrastructures, or even gastronomic infrastructures. So, accompanied with this broadening in the colloquial use, also the definitions of what infrastructure means in the academic research has widened extremely. And though I think we must acknowledge this state of plurality in different perspectives on infrastructures, I need to narrow down the definition for my own inquiry. And this is why in the following I'm going to focus on networked technical infrastructure, which is a rather conservative notion, as I exclude things like social infrastructures mainly. But still, I think this term is fine for describing one set of infrastructures, which are grid-based phenomena. So they have a certain transport capacity, and they are networks of heterogeneous technical and material elements, and they are sustained by material technologies. However, now coming back to sociology, I understand these networked technical infrastructures still as highly interwoven with society, and therefore I not only focus on a material basis, but also on their embedding in society. So, I will now try to narrow this down a little more and navigate along the question, what is the role of infrastructure in society? I have already mentioned some relations, but try to outline this in a more systematical manner here. After discussing the basic point, I'm going to introduce some tools for research on infrastructure, so two more example perspectives that are, in my view, vital to understand contemporary cities as well as constraints and pathways to the future. And these are two more perspectives that developed in the international research on infrastructures from with a background in social sciences. I think the first and most important point is even when I'm doing research about networked technical infrastructures like electricity or a sewage system, the infrastructures are not only composed of material elements like wires, tubes, and generators, but must be understood as socio-technical systems. I have highlighted this term here, as it will draw through the rest of this presentation. In this sense, infrastructures consist of material and technical components, but also of human practices and policies and politics that sustain them. The image to the right, I think, illustrates this phenomenon strikingly clear. The electricity grid cannot exist without people who demand energy on the one hand side, but also people who constantly monitor and take care for these systems. And also beyond this point of human practices and agency, there are agreements in society over, say, price and standards of, for instance, electricity current, that are inevitable to the functioning of these structures. So based on this notion of socio-technical systems, another insight is that sociology offers is that there is a two-way relationship between society and its infrastructures. And we can imagine it like this. On the one hand, every infrastructure system is a product of its society. So it's the discourses, the interests, and the negotiations that are happening in a society. And on the other hand, infrastructures are also influencing society. They are allocated, so they allocate possibilities within societies, but they also restrict human actions and therefore form the basis for modern societies. These named qualities make infrastructures, an important part of society because they, in a way, stabilize human relationships. And this means that once you, for instance, have laid out a street grid or any other imaginable infrastructure, it is mostly quite hard to just erase it and not letting this count for longer, because these infrastructures will stay and persist for a society for quite a while. Secondly, not only do infrastructures stabilize society, they also must be seen as the contrary, somehow, a basis for societal change, because they can forcefully introduce change to a given society, or provide the necessary resources for us to imagine new and future scenarios. So with this theory provided, I'm trying to highlight some more core topics that the study of infrastructures often discuss. And the following two perspectives on infrastructures tell us a lot about the role of specific infrastructures for the urban context, and I think are very valuable tools for the topic of this webinar, to think about urban futures. A first perspective in the social scientific infrastructure research is concerned with the visibility of infrastructures, or rather its invisibility. This approach has proven quite fruitful to understand the functioning and provision of infrastructures within society. And a quote from a key text of this infrastructural research by Bolker and Starr illuminates this entry point for the examination of infrastructure quite well. Good usable infrastructure systems disappear almost by definition. The easier they are to use, the harder they are to see. As well, most of the time, the bigger they are, the harder they are to see. Though this observation might sound mundane in a way, it is important in my view, as it makes clear that we must often look out in detail for these parts of society that allow it to function. Furthermore, infrastructures are all too often in the background of public discussions, and thus are often neglected as everyday or banal objects when it comes to thinking about the present and the future of the cities. The first image on the right-hand side illustrates this invisibility quite well. You see a cable tunnel underground, and in order to provide the connections for an increasingly interlinked society, a whole range of other infrastructures like these tunnels or networks or even satellites, they must play a vital role, but they're often not visible to the eminent consumer. Much more attraction or attention get rather plain interfaces like the power socket that you see on below. And this connects to another point. Infrastructure systems often stand in society as a kind of black boxes in the complex process of network transport and exchange. That means that we assume that the networks of wires, tubes, and streets are kind of neutral to the inputs and outputs that pass through the system, and the process that is happening within therefore remains quite opaque and is understood as an evident process. So the second image of a neat and highly compatible interface to the power system, a wall socket, is in my view quite emblematic for infrastructures being black boxed for instance, the regular consumer. Opening these black boxes is therefore a vital task to understand the socio-technical systems of networked infrastructures, as it uncovers the functioning and resources that must be sustained in order to allow the infrastructures to work. Another point, I just go over this very quick, is that for the research on infrastructures, an interesting point or entry point for the research is often the breakdown of infrastructures, as this only highlights the infrastructures that are there and always working in the background. So these are often, good points to start your research on infrastructures, and I think it could be quite a valuable hint or hint to studying future cities. Okay, let me go to the second perspective, which is a perspective on unequal distributions of infrastructures. And again, we started with the common imagination about infrastructures and their role in society. Particularly when the provision of basic resources like energy and water works well for a good share of the society, infrastructures often appear as universal services that are provided equally along the extent of the infrastructures. This is, however, as many of us know, barely the case, as infrastructures are usually not accessible to all people at the same time. So particularly in cities with stronger economic segregation and fragmentation, this phenomenon is dramatically obvious. And the image to the right illustrates this example, at the example of water infrastructure, freshwater infrastructure, I guess, where the area on the left of the street looks lush and green with a number of private pools in the garden. And the area to the right, on contrast, is densely populated and barely vegetated, which probably indicates a missing access to abundant water resources. A second point here is that in many cases, in many cities, and this could also be the case on this image from which shows a settlement in Durban, South Africa, that we see the tendency that more affluent parts of society install their own private infrastructure systems. For instance, water filtration systems in gated communities, which creates islands of infrastructural provision that are far from universal access. So this process was termed as splintering urbanism by Graham and Marvin. And
excuse me, Lucas.
Yes.
Would you please conclude it in 2 minutes, because we are running late and your presentation is excellent. Okay. We will arrange another event next month. So please conclude in 2 minutes.
No, that's all fine. I think I've said the most valuable or the most important point from my sociological perspectives. It's a bit a shame that we now have to exclude the example from the city of Vienna, but I highly recommend all of you a short look into the official smart city framework strategy of the city of Vienna, as it does provide some interesting notions of a rather little technological focus in smart city frameworks. It is very much based on participation and equity notions and social justice notions, but it is also at the same time an advertisement concept. But feel free to have a look in there. So I conclude with the last slide that I hope I could roughly draft the idea of sociological research on infrastructures. And coming back to the idea of the socio-technical system, I think in order to design concepts and solutions for a desirable future, we must overcome a common focus on purely technical solution. And this issue was pointed out by Harvard Harstad very clear in his keynote before, so I'm re-emphasizing this. We see this focus in many smart city strategies that focuses much more on data and calculation than on social relations. And the city of Vienna's concept is quite a good example for a counter strategy. But also this faces some issues, problems of abstraction and vagueness. I think viewing infrastructure as social technical system is always important to highlight the human dimensions of infrastructures, and is always a good starting point to think about the desirable urban futures. The second point of my presentation, or the second implication of this presentation, I think is to focus on equality and distribution, and some of the mentioned perspectives on invisibility and splintering urbanism might made that clear. Even the best infrastructure are to a degree distributed unequal on a large scale between nation states or even within regions and within the cities or between communities. So on every scale of the infrastructure systems, there are always disparities. So therefore, the focus on specific local contexts of infrastructures is inevitable to understand the urban form. And I've tried to highlight this also in the title, the plural form of urban futures. So to think about urban cities, to think about future cities, we must not design universal solutions that fit all contexts the same, which purely technological solutions often tend to do, but we must be aware of different needs, desires, and options. And I think that's it for now. Thank you very much again for the possibility to present this here. And I remain very curious on the coming presentations and the connections to the later topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucas, for such a wonderful presentation, and I hope the participants have also enjoyed, because in the chat box there are many interesting comments. So thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Niranjan Islare to please speak for 2 minutes.
Yeah. So am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Lucas Bering. So your wonderful speech that you have given from your presentation. So what I have come to understand is that the definitions that you have put up from the sociological perspective that you believe of the infrastructure as a building and a constructions, and of course in urbanizations, and the future of urbanizations lies on the equal distributions of resources with the basic infrastructures, which is very much necessary. And you have also put on the light that infrastructure development in the urban, especially in the smart cities, based on the experience of Vienna, of your own country, that even if the developed countries of the smart city has also their appearance of unequal distributions of basic infrastructures that happen. So urban always gives divides between haves and haves not. This kind of understanding, that perspectives you have put on, and you have already said, and then you also gave us a point that society and infrastructure that both have highly interrelationships in between. So, and then institutions and stabilize the society. The infrastructure itself stabilize the society, especially the urban society. That is what your presentations, to which I come for the observations, that we feel that it also provides necessary opportunity for the people who are already in privileged one, even non-privileged one also having this kind of opportunity. So thank you very much for your enlightened speech to us, and we hope to see and then listen from you once again when time permits to us. So I hand over it to Professor Tiwana sir now. Anupreet sir, hand over to you now.
Yeah, thank you, Niranjan Islare. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Now it is time to listen to Dr. Sardar Patil. Dr. Sardar Patil is Head Department of Geography, ASP Autonomous College, Devruch, University of Mumbai. Dr. Sardar is an geospatial expert from Maharashtra. 2 books and 23 research papers are on his credit, and he has submitted 4 research projects to the government agencies, presented papers in more than 100 national and international conferences. He is editor of 3 journals. Interestingly, he is also providing consultation to government departments and also to the industry. Today, he will speak on eco-friendly lifestyle for urban sustainability. Dr. Sardar Patil, please present your theme address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, Professor Anupreet ji, for a nice introduction. Initially, I take an opportunity to congratulate you for the organization of a webinar on such an exceptional theme. At the outset of the webinar, I take an opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Kashmir, Professor Anupreet Singh Tiwana ji, Dr. Kuldeep ji, and all the stakeholders of the Mata Guzri Autonomous College, Fatehgarh, Sahib, Punjab. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the resource persons who have enlightened us since the morning in the area of contemporary cities. And I really enjoyed the lectures delivered by Professor Howard and all others. I'm not taking names of all the resource persons, but yeah, really it was interesting, and they have enlightened our knowledge. They have enriched our knowledge in the field of contemporary cities and future prospects of the city. I think we are running late by an hour, so I will try to conclude my lecture within 10 to 15 minutes. I will talk regarding urbanization in India, problems of urbanization in India, urban sustainability, eco-friendly lifestyle, then Indian culture and urban sustainability. That topic I will try to cover in my presentation. If we see a trend of urbanization in India, in 1901, the proportion of urban population was only 10.84%, and absolute number was 2.58 crore. And in 2011, it grows to 37.71 crore, and the proportion became 31.16 crore. And it is an estimation that by 2050, the urban population of India will be 81.40 crore. If we take the percentage of urban population, India is at the rank of 161. If we consider the proportion of urban population in various countries in the world. But if we consider the absolute urban population, today also India is at the second rank in terms of urban population. You can see this graph that Indian urban population has grown, especially after 1971, and the trend, the number of urban settlements and urban population has increased after 1991. This is the number of urban settlements. In 1901, there were only 1,874 urban settlements, and now it has increased more than 7,000. If you look at this table, you will able to find that in India, though the number of urban settlements is 7,935, most of the towns are census towns, and this number according to 2011 census is 3,894. And the class 1 towns, it means the towns those who have population more than 1 lakh, it is only 465 towns. It means majority towns are census towns, and I can say this is the pseudo urbanization. If we look at the problems of urbanization, these are the common problems: that overcrowding, overpopulation, unemployment, housing problem, development of slums, sanitation problems, water shortage problem, health hazards, degraded environmental quality, disposal or trash, it means solid waste management, transportation problems, urban crime. These are the very common problems. I'm not going to talk in detail on these problems. If we consider the small towns or marginal towns, they have different type of problems. One is lack of urban development plan. When a village converted into urban settlement, at that time that village or that urban corporation needs to submit a development plan to the government. But in case of Maharashtra, it is happening that where I am living, in that town, the local government has submitted a DP, development plan, to the state government 3 years before, but yet it is not finalized. That is the measure. And because of lack of urban development plan, local government cannot complete any assignment or cannot complete any development work. That is the major problem. If we consider the small towns, the problems of solid waste management, this is also one of the major problems. lack of proper sanitation facility. This is also the major problem of small towns or marginal towns. Unplanned development, because most of the towns in India are census towns. They have been converted from a market village to a urban settlement, and because of that, their development initially they are unplanned development, and that creates a major problem for the sustainable development of a town. Then they have also problems of transportation. They don't have any parking facility. They don't have any local transportation system. This is also one of the major problem. Social mentality, because most of the towns are census towns. They are mentally they are villagers, but they are living in urban area, and that also creates a problem for the development of a town. That is also a limitation. Then spatial injustice. I am very glad to share here that Professor Anupreet ji working on spatial injustice of urban settlements. Really, this is interesting topic, and this is the major problem of small towns, marginal towns. Also, it may be a major problem of large towns. Traffic congestion is the problem. Lack of parking facilities. This is also one of the problem. Lack of drinking water facility and its management. This is the major problem in case of small and marginal towns. And lack of infrastructural development. Just now, a scholar recorded about that infrastructure development should be at great level. Okay. Root causes of problems of urban areas in India. I tried to complete the problems of urban areas because you all know these problems. That's why I just give an insight about the problems. But what are the root causes of problems of in urban areas? What are the problems? Problems of infrastructural development, or problems of solid waste management, overcrowding. These problems are occurring due to some certain reasons, and that reasons we need to take into consideration, because if we try to sort out these problems, that is if we able to motivate and create visionary leadership, then there will not be a problem in urban areas. Lack of motivated and visionary leadership is the major problem in the country like India, because most of the leaders are followers. They are not in real sense leaders, because they are following the orders given by an MLA or member of Vidhan Sabha or any local influential political leader. He is giving the order, and the person who sat on the chair of a urban administration, he is following that order, and that's why there are problems in urban areas. This is the one of the area we need to take into consideration. Then lack of value education. This is also one of the problem, because we are not focusing on value education. Hence, the persons who are on the seat of administrator, or a political leader, or it may be a community. At that time, he, because of lack of value education, he is promoting corruption, and he is promoting the improper development of the city. That is also one of the problem. We need to take into consideration that lack of value education. Now, we should focus on value education. Then lack of creativity among the leadership. This is also one of the problem for the regarding the development of urban areas. Most of the leaders, they don't have their own idea. They demand ideas, or they borrow ideas from the other personalities, and it may create problem, and it is going towards improper or unsustainable development of the city. If we talk about the community, community is a follower. A community is not a leader. Every person of the society should be a leader. At that time, we can develop a local settlement, we can develop an urban area, we can develop a city, metropolitan city, and finally the nation will be developed. But a community is follower, community, most of the members of the community are follower, they are not leader, and that's why they are going towards a wrong way, and it also creates problem in the development of the urban areas. Pseudo-urbanization and baseless development. I would like to share here an example of Devruk town. Most of the census towns, the number of census towns is more than 3,000, and all census towns have pseudo-urbanization, are in the phase of pseudo-urbanization. Why it is happening? Because mentally they are rurals. They don't have developed any facilities, they don't have industrial base, they don't have commercial base, and they don't have any proper economic base. It creates problem.
Excuse me, Dr. Sardar, would you please conclude in 2 minutes?
Okay.
Because we are getting late. Your presentation is excellent, but we promise that we will give you time in the near future, but please conclude in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will go a little bit faster. Pseudo-urbanization and baseless development, this is also one of the problem. Corruption is one of the problem. Then lack of coordination between researchers and administrators. Most of the research scholars submit their PhD thesis to the university, but they are not submitting that thesis to the local government. And sometimes local government also not taking into consideration that outputs of that research. Lack of quality research, this is also one of the problem for urban administration. This is the sustainable development. I would just like to say that sustainable development is that socially equitable, environmentally bearable, and economically viable. That development, we can say it is a sustainable development. If we talk about urban sustainability, the development which improves the long-term social and ecological health of the cities and towns is called sustainable urban development. My question is, does Indian urbanization is sustainable? Does poverty can be eradicated from Indian cities? Does Indian town cities have zero hunger? Does Indian town cities have good health facilities? Does Indian cities can provide quality education? Does there is gender equality? Does there is clean water facility? All questions that regarding energy and afforestation, decent work culture and economic growth, industry innovation, infrastructure development, then reduce inequalities, protection of resources. If we get the answers of all the questions, the answers of all the questions will be negative. Then how we can achieve and sustainable development in an urban areas? For that, we need to follow the sustainable development plan regarding social development, economic development, environmental management, and urban governance. I already talked about the issues that creates various problems in urban area. I will speak very short, 1 minute, regarding eco-friendly lifestyle. The lifestyle which protects environment, that lifestyle may be called as an eco-friendly lifestyle. These are the various components of eco-friendly lifestyle that we should focus on resource literacy. We should practice conservation of resources. We should focus on tree plantation with an emphasis on local species and biodiversity. water conservation, change travel habits, buy more locally grown products, use less harmful chemicals, composting 3 R's, that is reduce, reuse and recycle, purchase recycle products, because we are telling that the resources should be reused and recycled, but at the time of purchase of recycled products we may not purchase. That is the problem. Then wildlife protection, these are the various components of eco-friendly lifestyle. Does Indian culture will be a solution for urban sustainability?
Thank you, Dr. Sardar Patil. Please conclude in 30 seconds, please.
30 seconds. Due to time limit assigned by the organizers, I am not going to throw a light on this point. It requires more than half an hour. So I request you all kindly try to research on this topic, that is culture for peace, culture and economic development, how Indian culture will emphasis on economic development, culture and policy making, cultural heritage and sustainable urban development, cultural aspects in planning, cultural aspects in democracy, traditional educational systems of India for the sustainable development of urban areas in general and for nation in particular. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sardar Patil, for such a nice talk. Now I request Dr. Ajmal Khan to please present his critical observations. Dr. Ajmal Khan.
Hello.
Audible? Yes.
Thank you very much for the enlightened speech by Dr. Sardar Patil. He started his speech talking about the trajectory of the urban development in India, and also the process of population explosion in the cities in India specifically. And he clearly laid down the historical trajectory of skewed urban growth in India, and also how we have had a history of uneven urban development in terms of population as well as economic development. And then he, of course, focused at specific challenges and specific problems of the Indian cities, such as slums, unemployment, issues of congestion, issues of traffic, and so on, and of course the typical problems of Indian cities. And after that, he kind of also enlightened us about pseudo-urbanization, one of the very peculiar process of the urbanization that we have witnessed in the country. After talking about that, he kind of lay down, what is the solution for an Indian solution for some of these crises, where he kind of got into talking about the eco-friendly lifestyles and how we can, from India, we can have local solutions that is there in our history, in our culture, and so on, for which, of course, he did not get much time to kind of talk about it, which I assume that, the PowerPoint presentations are circulated for the audience so that they will at least have a opportunity to kind of read that through and get much more sense about what actually he was kind of talking about. Now, one of the crises and the challenge that he was constantly talking about, the crisis of the political leadership, and also the nature of corruption that we have had in India, and also the visionless leadership in India that we have. So some of these are quite crucial points for us to kind of consider looking at the future urban India, and some of these will, of course, I think will kind of enlighten us and guide us in looking at the future of the urban in India. Thank you.
So Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Niranjan Islare to please present his special lecture. First, I introduce him. Dr. Niranjan Islare is Assistant Professor, Mahatma Gandhi Academy of Human Development, TISS, Nagaland. His research area is ethno-political perspective of tribal conflict. He authored one book and many research papers of Dr. Islare has been published in reputed journals and edited books. Few years back, Finland government awarded 5 months exchange scholarship to him. Today he will speak on the tribals' perspective on contemporary urban cities. Thank you, sir, for joining us, and now I request you to present your views. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Anupreet Singh Tiwana, that you have given me this opportunity to be part with this international webinar to have a new experience to me. So now I'm going to talk my presentations without any PPT. So it's like a story kind of telling that I would like to finish within a 10 minutes, that is stipulated time. So the context that I'm trying to look is to the tribal prospect or perspective in urban cities, how tribals are being put into the place of the urbanizations in Indian scenario. So the understanding of the tribals, although the tribals were never part of the city, but the city and then urbanization is very new phenomenon or very new concepts to the Indian per se. So here, willingly or unwillingly, tribal are put into the box of the city concepts. So many parts of, since India is a diverse nation, so we have various groups of tribals. So in statistically speaking, according to 2011 census, across the country, our populations, the tribal populations was 10 crore 42 lakh 81,034. And then it approximately comes around 8.6% of Indian total populations are the tribals. So here I need to make it clarifications, tribal and scheduled tribe. Tribal is an ethnocentric term, that ethnic terms, and then scheduled tribe is a constitutional terms given to the some groups of the tribals of the country. So as per the Indian constitutions of the recognition, so far in India, there are 550 tribes in India. So those 550 groups of tribals are comprised in the urban living or urban space. Only 2.8 lives in urban. The majority chunk of the populations of tribals do not live in urban. So now urban, as the previous speakers, many speakers has focused so much on the development of the urbanizations and then future smart cities or the future looks of the cities. So infrastructure development and many kinds of development is spoke about. So here in the tribals, the existence itself is a very much focal point to understand here about it. Across the country, just for a while before, one speaker has already said we have 3,000 census towns across the country. So all of that, I would like to bring a very experienced kind of a 3 cities that I have come across in the reading. So urbanizations always follows with, urbanization is accompanied with the industrialization. Where there is industrialization, the giant industry do not exist alone. That exists with the ancillary industries or factories. So where those factories can be put up, where the development, those kind of factories or infrastructure can be developed. And many speakers have spoken that urban gives this economic boom to the country or any nations. If the urban is the space for the economic boom, what about the larger sections of the populations living in the rurality of India? So there is a divide between the urban and then rural in India. And then the tribal, especially, and in some segment of the countries, some states of the India where the huge tribals lived in, and some union states of India does not have tribal populations. So experience from West Bengal and experience from Jharkhand and then experience from Assam, where I belong. So the Durgapur is a very blooming city in West Bengal. So in the Durgapur, where the development happened, that the Santhal tribes Santali tribes, most of the Santali tribes who do not have their land entitlement on the registered land, so most of them were been uprooted. Now they are nowhere for their existence. For the tribals understanding and sociological perspectives, the tribals always lies with what? Tribal, the living of the tribal depends on three things. We call it in Hindi Jal, Zameen, forest. Yeah, forest, land, and then water is the three focal point for the living of the tribal. So here I would like to focus only two things: water and then land, because in any development of the urban cities or be the smart cities, for the further development, land acquisition is the must. So where do they get the land? And the tribal lives in the periphery of the areas. Now some of the cities, now let me have an example of Guwahati city, which is the capital of state of Assam. So within the Guwahati city, once upon a time when British came in Assam, they never realized and they never gave any importance that Guwahati would become a city, because they thought that it is a very deprived regions of the country. It cannot be developed city, even in the future. That's what their belief was. But now see, after 1950, how the Guwahati, small town Guwahati has become now city, which is now a lifeline of entire northeastern states. So now the Guwahati began with the small 1 kilometer radius, which called it the Barolomuk to a Fan Bazar, where affluent families and affluent populations who are migrant actually from western part of the India, northern part of the India, especially the traders from Rajasthan, they came in and they initiated commercial hub in Guwahati, which is very much popular and known in the Fancy Bazaar. So beyond that, across the Guwahati were inhabited by the tribal populations, namely Boro, Garo, Raba, and many more, and Karbis. Those were the people. But as time went by, those populations were evicted from one place to the another. Very most critical example that I can give is that the Secretariat of State of Assam, which is developed in the tribal land, which is called Dispur now. It comes under the South Kamrup tribal belt. So for the protections of the land of the tribal, the government of India had given different kind of different legal statutes to protect their land rights. So in Indian constitution, there are two schedules, 6th schedule and a 5th schedule. For the Northeast tribals, 6th schedule is given for the hilly areas, and then 5th schedule is across the country. Wherever tribal people reside, the 5th schedule comes in. So now what we see that rapid urbanization and expansion of urbanization is taking up the land of the tribal, especially in Tatanagar in the Jharkhand, and then Durgapur. There we can see such kind of things happen in other states of India and other cities of India. Even in the Maharashtra and the big cities, mega city like Mumbai, the Palghar district, where the major populations, there are chunk of tribal populations. Even as the Mumbai city's expansion is growing up to the south, to the north, and west to the east, so tribal populations were not spared off, and they didn't get the opportunity to enjoy the development of the urban. So the two focal point is the habitations, the housing, and then water. Water is very much important, but the forest and water has been depleted as the urbanizations further grow. And then the tribals, they are agriculturist population. They need water resources and available water. Since the Zion companies has come, the housing companies has come, and they have developed the housing schemes, and then they have built up new buildings, and then skyscrapers they have built it, and then they need the uninterrupted water resources. So they have bored the water wells, and then they have taken up a lot of waters, and then now water has been depleted, it is reduced. Now the availability of the water for the agriculture of the tribal has been hugely infected. So my understanding, that is the question that we need to raise, the academician has to raise, development for whom? Is it that development is only for the privileged class that we are talking about to have the smart cities all about? And then, or is it for the inclusive for all? So the backward community, tribal, and including other backward community, where they have to go. We have spoken very good things about the cities. So what is their take on for the future urbanizations, the future urbans? What are the opportunities that can be given for the tribal populations when the times comes, when the urbanizations rapidly increases across the country? With this short note, I would like to end my discussions here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Niranjan Islare. You have given very new insights. It was a wonderful talk and new experience to listen to you. Now I request Madam Jyotsna to please speak for 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Islare. You really make us all think on where the development is taking us. So he began his discussion with how the tribal communities are placed in the urbanization, where are they located, and how urbanization is followed by industrialization, where there is no scope for the tribal communities. He shared experiences from Assam and Jharkhand and states like that, and he raised the issues tribal communities facing, which could be of forest, land, and water. So he gave us 2 examples of the city Guwahati and of Mumbai, how these cities are developing, but the tribal community around the cities are not developing at all. And the places where housing societies have come, wells are there, but the water is not, there are no benefits of water and the housing for the tribal community. And he has raised a big question in front of all the academicians that if this development is not helping the tribal community to come up, whom the development is for. Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening session. We all are glad to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Jyotsna. Now I invite Dr. T. Shiva Partha. Dr. Shiva is Associate Professor, Department of Earth Sciences, Yogi Vemana University, Andhra Pradesh. His area of research is Geo-Environmental Studies, Water Resource Management, and Geospatial Technologies. Presently, he is working on a research project on asset mapping at Panchayat level. Dr. Shiva has, to his credit, 25 papers. Those are having very high impact factor. He delivered invited talks in international national conferences, organized several workshops on geospatial technology, and he is also the coordinator of ISRO outreach program in Andhra Pradesh. Today he will speak on the role of geospatial technology in sustainable urban development. Dr. Shiva, please conclude your talk in less than 10 minutes. So now Dr. Shiva will present his views.
Thank you, Tiwana sir, for giving me an opportunity to provide a technical platform, international platform.
Sir, your voice is not clear.
Am I audible?
No, there is problem in your voice.
Tiwana sir, am I audible now?
Yeah, it's now. Fine, please.
Thank you very much for the organizers for giving me an opportunity for providing an international platform, a real pan-global audience. I mean it. Dr. Tiwana sir, you are my good friend, a philosopher, and a global person. You have relations. Am I able to hear?
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, I'm sharing my PPT.
Your PPT is visible, sir.
Yes. Thank you once again. See, let us address some sustainable urban development. The sustainable urban development seeks to create cities and towns that improve the long-term health of the planet's human and ecological systems. It will have 5 dimensions. One is economic sustainability, social sustainability, ecological sustainability, sustainable spatial development, and cultural continuity. If you see the urban development in India, India is not new to urbanization. Unlike rural settlements and urban settlements are generally compact and larger in size. They are engaged in a variety of non-agricultural, economic, and administrative functions. Cities are functionally linked to rural areas around them. Thus, cities are connected directly as well as indirectly with the villages and also with each other. Cities act as a node of economic growth, provide goods and services not only to the urban dwellers, but also to the people of the rural settlements in their hinterlands. This functional relationship between the urban and rural settlements takes place through transport and communication network. If you observe the urbanization in India, it is not new. The mature phase of Indus Valley civilization has witnessed some communities agglomerated as numerous huge urban centers. It is evident in Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Chandriwala, Dholavira, etc. In total, there were 1052 urban settlements in ancient Indus Valley civilization. If you come to the present India, that is ancient, which can be divided into 3 categories: ancient, medieval, and modern. We have this temple cities like Varanasi, Prayag, Pataliputra, Madurai, etc. Followed by medieval cities. The cities that are developed as administrative centers like Delhi, Hyderabad, Jaipur, Lucknow, etc. Coming to the modern cities, as well as the centers of business, Surat, Daman, Goa, Puducherry, Mumbai, etc. These are the developments after the European invasions. If you see, according to the 2011 census, we have 6,171 settlements. Whenever you go to a urban center, the growth is associated with problems. Those problems can be addressed with the help of your geospatial technology. This geospatial technology, provided with a huge geo database, can be used at the planning level, at the implementation level, as well as management level. Presently, I would like to restrict my talk to location-based services for a smart city. What are these location-based services and how we can make use of them? Everybody who is having a smartphone can do a smart service to the city. Let me tell you, in the history, like say in the Kedarnath floods, even IIRS at Dehradun has solved a problem of Kedarnath floods through ODK Collect, a process called as crowd sourcing. Next, I was part of the project called asset mapping in Panchayat institutes through NRSC, where later see modern gadgets are used by the people and the services from Ola, Meru. Because of technology, smartphones. Let me tell you, smartphone to clean city. This is like this example. We are having open source applications like ODK Collect and MP Collect. Even NRSAP provide point of interest. If you take a photograph with your mobile phone and upload the photograph to the predefined document in your app, that document, that photograph immediately uploaded to the concerned corporate authority. Corporation leads, people who are in charge of that will immediately look at the wastage or dumps whatever they are on the street corners. In this way, you can help your authorities or otherwise urban authorities that how a town can be managed for cleanliness.
Excuse me, Dr. Shiva. There is connectivity issue. I think due to the connectivity problem, he left the meeting. So we will proceed further. And now I request Jackson Kumuchkom, my friend from Northeast. He is Assistant Professor, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Interestingly, he is a wonderful blend of an artist and scholar. National Balshri Award was presented by the President of India to Jackson Kumuchkum. He also studied at Brown University, USA. He is former Dalai Lama Fellow. His research domain is entrepreneurship among indigenous people, business model, livelihoods, and sustainable development. Today he will speak on the topic anticipation from the Northeast states on the experience of cities and urbanism. Dr. Jackson Kumuchkum, now the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tiwana ji, for providing this opportunity to speak on the international webinar series. Many of the speaker in today's session spoke about urbanization and related to geographical field. However, even though I don't have any, am I audible to everyone? Hello?
Yes, yes, hello. You are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. As my background is not from the geography, however, I will try to connect my understanding on the urban and the city in the northeastern context, especially Manipur, and then how I reflect on it. So the urbanization and the development which is happening in the in northeast, especially in Manipur, is same as other city, like it is very unplanned and very unequal development. And the infrastructure, if we talk about only infrastructure, it is very neutral in itself. However, the question remains that this infrastructure is really neutral, or it is only meant to those people who access to this infrastructure. So because many section of the society is not able to access to this infrastructure, which we call it urbanization. And one realization of which the urban development or the people who are living in the urban area is that there is a lack of the realization that the urban city is depending on the rural development. Like without the supply in terms of the food and other necessity which is coming from and produced from the rural area, the urban don't have any livelihood, or urban don't have any lifestyle without the connectivity from the rural area. So the terminology of the urban development itself, it's found to lack of the rural connection. So there is a big question that is that urbanization can happen without the rural development. If yes, then the definition of the urban development should also acknowledge the rural development. Going further to my understanding of the urban development and urbanization in the northeastern context, some characteristic apart from the idealistic way of the characteristic how urban cities should look like, the characteristic which we can see now in the urban city in the COVID phase especially, is that when you look at the city, you'll see that health facilities in the urban cities is still lack. There is no proper health facility. Yesterday itself, a person lost his wife who was coming from the far-flung area of the hill and to the Imphal city to get her wife deliver for the child, but due to the ignorance from the health institution, his wife died on the spot. So is that the urban or urban development which we talk about, or yes, when we talk about the urban development or when we define the urban, we always start with defining the population, like this much population, then this is called urban, suburban, and city. So defining the urban city by only the population is justifiable for these all things happening, or is there need for some component to look on when we define urban city or urban development? And when we look at the feature of the urban city which is present right now, there is a lack of the space in the home and houses where if some person is returning and doing home quarantine, there is no space for that. And also urban city, the mentality of the people of the urban is not that when they come to the urban their mentality is also changed. There is still evidence of the discrimination, and the people who are living in the urban also have many discriminative mindset, and also they have half knowledge about the development. However, the question remains that does this urbanization have some direction, or do someone is leading towards the goal of the urbanization? If there is some direction for the urbanization, then what is happening right now in this COVID era? Like, even though the state is locked down, even though there is economic crunch throughout the world, you will see many people are buying car, vehicles, etc. even today during this corona time. Besides, you'll see people are still involved in constructing houses. So is there a madness of the urbanization going on? So the definition of the urbanization to merely define by the population density is not justifiable. And if we look at the future of the urbanization after this COVID era, many politicians, many economists are thinking and talking about the economic is a key to the development. However, the question remains is that if you develop economic system, if you develop good infrastructure, everything is fine. If you do what the ideal situation of the urbanization should be, road, drainage, everything. What about the central element which is going to stay in the urbanization? That is a human being. Is there any mechanism that the human is going to deal with the human in the urbanization? There is no any mechanism which talk about how human is going to behave, how human being is going to treat to another human being when the urbanization is come up. And if you see at the urbanization and in the big cities also, the people who are in these cities are still having mental health problem. So this mental health problem, if we look from the philosophy of the East, or if we look at the philosophy of the West, then how we can incorporate it in the urbanization. So these are some queries which I have through my experience, that how the urbanization or the city should look like. So merely defining to the infrastructure, or merely defining to the proper facility which is going to give by the the development of the road and the other facility, is this going to help the human society for their development? Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Jackson Kumuchkom, for your nice presentation, nice talk. I request Madam Jyotsna to please comment on his lecture.
So thank you, Dr. Jackson. It was really insightful to listen to you, because we all have been talking about urban development, rural development, but the basic question that he has asked through his presentation, the way we have been developing the infrastructure and the roads and the other facilities in the urbanization, is there any way in which we can develop or we can improve the center of the urbanization, that is a human being? Is there any mechanism that can really improve on, that can really better the human beings? Because in his talk, what I could understand, he was trying to tell us that living in urban city, even to migrating to urban cities, people's thought process don't change, right? They still discriminate, they still ill treat, and they do not follow or they do not understand the basic definition of social justice and social development. So thank you so much, Dr. Jackson, for your excellent views on and the question that you have asked. Thank you so much for this enlightenment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shiva, I request you to please conclude your talk in 2 minutes, as there was technical issue. And after that, Dr. Sardar Patil will present his observations on your talk. Dr. Shiva, please. You can talk without PPT also.
Okay, Paji, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me another opportunity to talk.
No, it's our pleasure, please.
Yeah, I mean to say, I was talking on a app called as ODK Collect. ODK Collect is such an application that is open source software which anyone can install on their mobile. The only thing that the students has to do is to fill up the form that is provided there. In that form, you have to give the different amenities, otherwise different locations where you are going to search, and what kind of images that you are going to take in advance. Okay, once you fill up that form will be readily available to the respective local authorities. So when the student goes and take the picture of any waste or dump that is thrown away by general public in any street corner or at any adjacent to the house, that picture will after taking the picture by the student or any citizen, it will be automatically uploaded into the concerned municipal authorities. So what will happen, the respective authority will attend to it and try to remove that waste through their staff. If any staff is not attending to that, the same image will be transferred to the next higher authority called so-called municipal commissioners or any mayor or so. Then what will happen, the attention to that problem will be called for. Like this, when the problems are there in any urban center, we need to address them. We cannot escape from the problems. We can only become smart in a smart city when once we act smart, for which the smartphones are helpful for us. Right? So my presentation would be incomplete if I don't conclude my topic on sustainable urban development if happiness index is ignored or forgotten. The happiness index depends on natural environment, social environment, environmental quality, sustainable development, and human well-being. For the information, I would like to say that Finland ranks first in this happiness index, whereas India is at 144. We have to live in the urban centers and we have to face the problems through smart technologies. With this, I conclude. Thank you for giving me the opportunity once again.
Dr. Sardar Patil, please.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Tiwana ji, for giving me an opportunity to talk about the lecture of Dr. Shiva Pratap. Thank you, Dr. Shiva Pratap ji, for a nice presentation. Dr. Shiva Pratap is one of the experts in the area of geoinformatics. I know him since 2015. We were in Dehradun for 2 months a certificate program in the area of geoinformatics. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Dr. Siva Pratap has expertise in the area of sustainable urbanization, and he focused on LBS, that is location-based services. He also focused on ODK Collect. Sir, really it was very interesting because of this lecture, many persons can use this ODK Collect app for the solution of real life problem. Thank you very much. The organizers couldn't give you much more time, otherwise we may have enjoyed much more. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. Thank you, Dr. Sardar. Thank you, Jackson Kumuchkam.
Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Tufail Jarul. He is from Higher Education Department, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Dr. Tufail completed his MPhil, PhD and postdoctoral fellowship from Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU. He visited South Africa, Sweden, United Kingdom, Japan many times for participation in academic events. His research specialization is nomadism, tribes and climate change. DST has sanctioned him a research project worth rupees 54 lakhs. He is also working on a research project of MHRD of worth rupees 10 lakhs. Today he will speak on the topic urbanization levels and patterns in Jammu and Kashmir, a look on the regional and district level trends. Dr. Tufail Jarul, now it's your time.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Anupreet Singh Tiwana and his team from the Department of Geography, Mata Guzri College, Fatehgarh, Sahib, Punjab, for organizing such a beautiful event and for the nice introduction. Hello, everybody, and good evening to all of you. I'm going to present the topic urbanization level and patterns in Jammu and Kashmir with regional and district level trends. According to Census of India, the definition of urban area is a place which have municipality, corporation, cantonment, board, notified town area committee, having a minimum population of 5,000 with a population density of 400 persons per square kilometer or more, and at least 75% of the male workers are engaged in non-agricultural activities. Further, Census of India has classified the urban places into 6 categories on the basis of size of population, like class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5 and class 6 towns and cities. For the present study, second data from the Census of India is used, like percentage of urban population to the total population, decadal growth rate of urban population, number of towns as per the criteria of Census of India, percentages of population in different class towns, especially in class 1 towns, cities, and further this shows that the dominance of larger towns on the medium and smaller towns in the process of urbanization is seen in the case of Jammu and Kashmir. Further, some primary data is being collected to find out the reasons of dominance of 2 larger capital cities like winter capital city Jammu and summer capital city Singh in the higher level of urbanization process. The growth of urban population is significantly higher at 29% as compared to 17% of rural population during 2001 to 2011. And further, the growth in rural population is declining from the last few decades in J&K. The total population of J&K is 1.25 crores in 2011, as 72.62% result.
Dr. Tufail, there is interruption. Your voice is not clear. Dr. Tufail, I think there is problem with the connection, internet connection. Dr. Tufail, okay, we will continue later. So, Jackson, we will postpone this talk, and now I request Dr. Ajmal Khan. Dr. Ajmal Khan is Assistant Professor, Ashoka University, NCR, Delhi. Dr. Ajmal is also visiting lecturer, Ambedkar University, New Delhi. He has his postdoctoral fellowship from University of London. His area of research is environment and development, nuclear energy, and critical analysis. 14 papers of Dr. Ajmal Khan has been published. He is the editor of the 2 magazines. He is a renowned poet also, and he has 3 books of poetry to his credit. He was awarded bursary for research by University of Cambridge, UK, Australian Political Studies Association, Population Association of America, Max Planck Institute, Germany. Today his topic of talk is Future of the Working Class in the Indian Cities, Challenges and Opportunities. Dr. Ajmal Khanji, now please present your views for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you so much, Professor Anupreet and others in the Department of Geography. I thank the organizers of this international webinar for having me here. So I'm very briefly going to touch a couple of issues that I think are important as far as we are discussing about some of the most important as well as pressing issues. I'm just going to share my screen. Let me know if you all can see that in a while.
Yes, please share, then I will let you know.
Yes.
Yes, it is visible, quite visible.
Yes. So I would so today is the day where COVID-19 has taken more than 2 million in India, and also we have had around 50,000 deaths in India. This is also the time that we are kind of looking at what is the future of the working class in the Indian cities, and what are also the challenges, and do we also have some opportunities at this point. Now, if we kind of largely look at working class in India, in the urban, the urban working class is predominantly migrants, informal workers who mostly belong to scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, other backward caste groups, and also low income poor groups. Now these constitute the majority or the predominantly of the migrants in most of the Indian cities, who constitute a large chunk of the informal workers. Now we are kind of talking about this kind of population when we talk about urban problems of the working class and also their future. So I just want to highlight that first of all. Now, what we have had in India was one of the brutal lockdowns in comparison with anywhere in the world. One of the brutal enforced lockdown where I mean, all of you must have seen the devastating pictures of migrants walking thousands of kilometers from their working cities to their home, from, let's say, from Kerala to Bihar, from Delhi to the far northeast, and from Bihar, so on. And then we have also seen the devastating pictures of migrants dying in between their working cities as well as their homes. So in this, we have had around 1,000 migrants who have died between their cities and their homes in the past month. So we are also talking about a huge chunk of India's labor class that does not have any say in the political realm or in the policy, in the media, or anywhere where that is helpful for to kind of make some noise anywhere in the policy, in the media, or in the political realm. So when we talk about that class, we are talking about a specific class that is also do not have any voice in much of these sectors. And if we specifically look at the job loss that has already been predicted, or some of the informal statistics that is coming about India, is that 130 million jobs have already lost, or this is going to be the estimate of around the total loss of the jobs. Of course, these are by some of the international estimates and not by the government of India. Now, this is the going to look at in the coming months or in the coming year in India, where we have a huge chunk that constitute the informal workers who have lost millions of jobs in major cities like Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, so on. So we are also forced to move because of job loss, as well as the crisis of the COVID, where they of course kind of thought that, you know, it's going to be a bit more safer to move from their city where there is no job. And along with how Professor Ivan was talking about how some of the specific cities in India and also around the world have shown the initial trend of spreading COVID-19. So we have had seen this huge influx, reverse influx of people from the cities to their villages. Now, at the same time, the migrants are going to come back. Migrants are, of course, they are forced to come back because we do know what is the rural economy like, what is the tribal economy like, and also the employment opportunities or the livelihood opportunities in the villages for this huge chunk of migrants who have now in their villages. So we have already started seeing the trend of migrants from states like, let's say, from Bihar and elsewhere, where city corporations like, for example, Karnataka government was running special trains for migrants to come back. So of course, migrants do constitute the fundamental workforce in the cities in India, and they will be coming back. Of course, they will be coming back. Now we have to see how that process is going to take place, and also what are some of the challenges in this process. So now in this precarious situation, I mean, of course, we all are aware about, you know, what is going around, and also who are the kind of people who are worstly impacted. Also looking at some of the statistics and also some of the trend which was drawn from South Africa by Professor Iman, which also shows the similar trends in India as well. So what I have is that I have some fundamental policy solutions that I'm going to offer in general, broadly, to be looked at or to be treated immediately for certain technofix. Now, first of all is PDS consolidation. Of course, food as a social policy is concerned has never been a priority in any states in India. Now, if we look at some of the states, for example, state of Kerala, state of Tamil Nadu, who have had progressive social policy like better investment in healthcare, better investment in education, also better investment and provisions in their public distribution system. We saw how the state of Kerala and Tamil Nadu providing food during the COVID-19 to a large chunk of its citizens. Now, this was very commendable actually. So this is one of the things that how all over India, in the wake of especially COVID-19, food being considered as one of the necessity of life, how every state as well as the central government take a serious step in reviving and consolidating the existing PDS program, which will provide basic fundamental food as well as nutrition to the citizens across the country. Now, second, of course, public healthcare system. Now, investment in public healthcare system is one of the worst in India, and India spend it's less than 1% of the total GDP, which is at the bottom globally. Now, this is also one of the crises why we are facing COVID-19 as a big problem, because we do have very less critical care, very less number of public hospitals, very less number of health and critical care workers. So in this, of course, what we do need immediately is also huge and better investment in the public healthcare, both in state as well as at the center. Now, this is not only going to provide a future better prospectus, but also this is also going to kind of help and support in the coming epidemics. Of course, in the wake of Professor Harvard was talking about how the global climate has changed and how we do or we should be prepared for epidemics like this. So in that context, investment in the public health in India and also by the state need to be really seriously done. And in this also, we have seen, for example, some states like Kerala and also some other states or some other union territories who have done comparatively better investment in the healthcare. We have seen their comparative better performance in the COVID-19. Now, one of the other most important problem that we have seen in terms of now, if we talk about the skewed livelihood in the rural areas in the country. Now, we have had
Dr. Ajmal Khan, there is interruption in your voice, so please conclude in 1 minute.
Yes,
I think there is internet connection problem.
Yes, yeah. So a couple of other measures that we have to immediately take is, I mean, of course, an immediate possibility of cash transfer. This has been there in some states very provisionally and very limited. Now, I'm not suggesting cash transfer as a social policy, but as an emergency measure that need to be immediately taken care in the context of COVID. Now, of course, looking at the future, what we have is indeed the revival of the Indian economy. Now, this we have to really wait for few months and even for a year or even more than that. India is going to, of course, see a huge economic issue, and we are, of course, going to get into a global economic meltdown already. We have already in a huge crisis, and if we look at the GDP estimates, we do have negative growth for India. So keeping some of these in mind, what we have to do is that we have to feed our people and we have to also take care of the fundamental health care for the population in the country. Now, these measure for public health as well as food is going to be the fundamental thing in terms of looking at both present as well as future in terms of solving this particular crisis. Yeah. So by that, I end this. I hope I'm audible.
Thank you, Dr. Ajmal, for such a wonderful talk. Madam Jyotsna, please comment on his lecture for 1 minute as we are running late. Your voice is not audible.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ajmal, for a very realistic picture of contemporary India. We needed to know this, that the issue of informal workers and the threat to the jobs is really a big concern for India. And as you have rightly said, that we need to work on the revival of economy, and some other suggestions that you gave was employment generation, public health care, and PDS consolidation. So thank you so much for your thought-provoking, insightful, and realistic discussion with us. Thank you, Dr. Ajmal.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Tufail to conclude his talk in 2 minutes. Earlier there was internet connection problem. Sir, please speak for 2 minutes and conclude your lecture. Thank you.
Yes, sure, sir. Sir, if we see the decadal rural and urban population of J&K from 1901 to 2011, the rural population is continuously decreasing from 91.54% in 1901 to 72.63% in 2011. In context to the rural population, urban population increasing from 8.46% in 1901 to 27.37% in 2011. On the other hand, the total number of class 1 to class 6 towns goes up to 122 in 2011 from only 10 in 1901. sorry. Next, if we see the district-wise urban population of J&K in 2011, 2001 and 2011, from the figures you can see the dominance of only two capital cities, Jammu and Srinagar. In 2001, Srinagar has 36% of the total urban population of J&K, while Jammu has 22%, which goes up to 37% in Srinagar city and 25% in Jammu city. So here you can see the dominance of only two cities over the other smaller towns and districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Further, if we compare the region-wise urban population and number of towns in Jammu and Kashmir, for the kind information of you, J&K, Jammu and Kashmir has two regions divided by the Pir Panjal mountains like Jammu region and Kashmir region. Kashmir region has 21 lakh of urban population, whereas Jammu region has 11 lakhs in 2011. A number of census towns in Jammu is 56 as compared to the 62 of Kashmir Valley. And in the conclusion, we can say that Srinagar urban agglomeration has 98.6% urban population, whereas Jammu has 50% urban population. Thus, the two cities contributes 58.90% of the total population of the and the remaining 42% urban population belongs to the rest of the 20 districts of J&K. Further, it shows that these two cities occupies the higher concentration of economic and service activities. Thus, the engines of economic development are absent in rest of the 20 districts of J&K. The size of population of towns shows that Jammu and Srinagar are the only two class 1 cities. Further, this is my suggestion, government must take some kind of initiatives to develop the other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir to reduce the population pressure on two big urban centers. The other districts are lacking in basic urban amenities like health and education and other basic facilities, which forces them to migrate towards the twin capital cities. The hilly districts of J&K like Doda, Rajouri, Poonch, Shopian, Pulwama, Kishtwar shows low degree of urbanization due to the problems related to the terrain and poor accessibility. Thank you. And further, this paper is in the initial stage and further will be developed after the completion of field work. And at last, I thank you, Professor Anupreet, for giving me an opportunity to speak on the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tufel, for sparing your valuable time. I know you are very busy these days, but you have made a great presentation, great talk. Thank you. I request Jackson to please comment critically on his talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tufel, for a very insightful and very enriched presentation. Your visualization of the urbanization in the Jammu and Kashmir region and how the Jammu is differentiated with the Kashmir area is a very enlightened one. And your visualization on the economic disparities in comparison to the cities and then other rest part of the Jammu and Kashmir. And then you have also talked about how Jammu and Srinagar is only given the preferences in terms of the urban development. And also you made suggestion to address the issue of the migration from the rural to the urban area, like to focus on the education and the health facilities is very insightful. And also you suggested that there is need to develop other part of the Jammu and Kashmir so that the population overload to the city is reduced and control also. Thank you very much, Dr. Tufel. And over to Dr. Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, we have among us Jyosna Bedave. I request my colleague, Madam Navdeep Kaur, to please introduce her. Navdeep Kaur. Yeah,
hello.
Please. Yeah.
Good evening to all of you. Now I welcome Professor Jyosna Bedave. She is from Amity University, Mumbai. Professor Jyosna is specialized in women's study, autobiography and Dalit studies. She is also a soft skills trainer too. She is also associated with the Right to the City movement in Mumbai. Today, she will address on gender mainstreaming in urban life with special reference to Mumbai. Now the floor is yours, Ms. Jyotsna Bidave. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Navdeep. Thank you, Professor Anupreet ji, for giving me this opportunity. It is an honor to be a part of this conference. So, to make it brief, Mumbai is a home for most of the diverse stakeholders and citizens with varied socio-economic conditions. Each has a set of necessities that may be different from the others. Among the multiple sets of citizens that require particular consideration are women. For a city, providing such an equality in the opportunities to women is not merely a matter of social justice, it is also a question of empowerment, national development, and the economy of the city. So, to bring in some statistics of Mumbai city, I would like to share some observations that the workforce of Greater Mumbai has shown an increase in the participation of women up from 8.881% in 1961 to 16.38% in 2011. So though it shows an increase, 16.38 is really a less percentage of women who really steps out of the house and work. And more than that, the point we need to think over here is, why do these women work? Do they really work as a passion? Do they really want to make their careers? I think no. I personally feel that they work to earn their living, to earn their bread and butter, to survive, to feed their children. So that is one question that we need to answer. And I would want to focus on some of the reasons by which these women are not able to come out of the houses and work. What are the reasons that most of the women prefer to stay back at home? So one of the reasons is there is no housing facility for single women to stay in the city, and even if it is provided, the cost of the housing is so much that the women cannot afford it in the salary that they are getting. Secondly, the limited childcare facility which is provided to the children of married women and single mothers. There are lack of skills, lack of vending space and market training facilities for the informal sector women workers, lack of public conveniences and adequate transport. Many a times, an important reason for these women not to work is also because their family does not support their decision to work. So to empower women and to involve them in the economic development of the city, we need to keep some targets, some objectives. So more women should join the Mumbai workforce, equaling the men. Now there is a huge difference. They should have the option to live and work independently. Such women should be provided with secure residence so that they enjoy their personal life as well as their work life. Married women with small children should be able to go to work, and to promote their independent functioning, they should be provided with childcare centers to take care of their children. There is a need to increase the public toilets for women, and also the need of skill centers for women. To enable women in social participation, all these are very basic needs that we need to fulfill. Also, we need to make people understand that working from home isn't a stigma. So people can even be at home and work. And I think this pandemic situation has taught all of us to work from home. If women were trained and they were skilled, I'm sure they could have done something with their skills and could have earned some money. Now, in a city like Mumbai, there are so many domestic helpers who are sitting at home without work, without money, without food. So this should be a learning experience for all of us to make women self-sufficient, independent, so that they can do some small work to earn their living. The points that I could discuss so far highlight the issues while empowering women in a city like Mumbai at a very general level. But we need to understand that there are multiple layers to it. the background, the class, the caste, and the culture these women come from, because these aspects also become barrier in their progress. A city, therefore, cannot be planned with any single group in mind or merely keep in sight the imaginary average citizen. It requires reaching out to accommodate the needs of all the groups that contribute, have contributed, or who wish to contribute to the good of the city. The populations hence must be broken down into segments and services customized to satisfy their requirements. It is true that city customization is difficult, and some of the peculiar needs of different groups may not be adversarial. Therefore, to conclude, I conclude saying this not just as an academician or as a researcher, but also as an individual and as a citizen of this country, that the government, the leaders, the corporation, the activists and the organizations would definitely do the work that needs to be done, but we, being the citizen of this country, also have some responsibility. We also need to contribute. So I urge to all the audience present here today that if you, being a responsible citizen, start encouraging and supporting women in and around your life in their development, trust me, may it be Mumbai or any other city, the women will not only have a better and respectable life, but it will surely help the growth and the growth of the cities, and furthermore the nation's economy. Thank you so much.
Professor Navdeep, please proceed with the deliberations. Navdeep, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Hello, everyone. On behalf of Department of Geography, I am thankful to all the eminent speakers of today's webinar. And I'm also thankful to all the participants of the webinar. I'm also thankful to Director Principal of Mata Guzri College and Professor Anupreet Singh Tiwana, Head of the Department of Geography, and the entire organizing committee. So this is the end of today's session. One thing I want to share with you, with all the participants, that feedback form is shared with you through WhatsApp groups and through Telegram group. It's also shared in YouTube chat box, in Google Meet chat box. We will try to share the feedback form in your emails also. To claim the e-certificate, kindly submit the feedback form and you will get your e-certificate in your email within few days. So you don't need to send any kind of messages regarding the certificate. Whenever you submit the feedback form, then within few days you will get your e-certificate in your email. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, especially for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jyotsna, for your wonderful talk. It was really very, you can say, heart-touching talk, and it is very difficult to grasp by the patriarchal society. But I hope that your the issues raised by yourself will go along. So thank you very much for wonderful talk. And now it is the time for extension of the vote of thanks. I request Dr. Saurabh Gupta. Dr. Saurabh Gupta is head department of microbiology, and recently he has accepted paper from Geomicrobiology Journal, and he has also started researching with the geographers. So I request Dr. Saurabh Gupta. He is one of the member of the organizing committee along with Dr. Kuldeep, Ms. Navdeep. He has done a wonderful job. So I request Dr. Saurabh Gupta to please extend the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks for your words. Before starting with the vote of thanks, I have a special announcement. I would like to convey birthday wishes to our esteemed speaker, Professor Ivan. On the behalf of all the panelists and the participants. And now, vote of thanks. On the behalf of organizing committee, I would like to extend my warm thanks to our worthy Director Principal, Dr. Kashmir Singh, our distinguished speaker, Professor Ivan, Professor Howard, Professor Vijaya, Professor Aslam, Professor Lucas, Dr. Sardar Patil, Dr. Niranjan, Dr. Siva, Mr. Jackson, Dr. Tufail, Dr. Ajmal, and Madam Jyotsna for enlightening the audience with their valuable views and deep insights on the theme of today's international webinar on global reflections on contemporary cities and future of urban life. It's my pleasure to share with you that total 2,622 participants from 17 countries have registered for this webinar. I'm sure that all the participants must have been benefited with the updates and recent research going on in this field. I also convey my sincere thanks to whole organizing committee, especially Dr. Kuldeep Kaur and Ms. Navdeep Kaur, whom tireless efforts made this event a huge success. On the behalf of our Director Principal, I extend our warm invitation to all for the future collaborations and faculty exchange with the college. Mata Guzri College will provide all the required facilities like infrastructure, accommodation, and other required. At the end, once again, I thank all the panelists and participants for making this webinar a huge success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thanks to all of you, especially to Professor Howard, Professor Vijaya Bhole, Shivaji, Jackson, and all the panelists. Now we will leave and we will meet again. Thank you very much. Very good evening and a nice weekend. Bye, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.